2022 regular meeting of the Hendersonville City Council. We begin our meeting with a silent invocation for people to pray or meditate as they choose, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you'll rise, please. Join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. We start out with about 15 minutes of public comment time. This evening, there are two people who have signed up for general comments, and we have one pre-submitted digital comment. If there's anyone joining us remotely, if you would put your hand up, I need to have a count of how many people wish to speak.
We've got one right now, Mayor.
Okay. All right. Last call on that. Okay. All right. So I'd say each person can have about 3 minutes or so, or a little over. So we'll start out with the people who are present. Chris Walters. And if you would come to the center, give your name and your address for the clerk's record, please.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Chris Walters. I live at 415 Linwood Pond Road. I'm a county resident, and I'm just here to make a few general comments on development. Number one, don't build on farmland. Number two, get the best deal possible from the developer. Number three, don't plan your budget on projected development revenue, development that has not yet been approved. A general about building on farmland, if you want to have a sustainable future, don't build on farmland. We need density housing. Need to figure out other places to put it than on the farmland. That sort of negates the whole idea of sustainability. If you have a sustainability board and you're not immersing yourself deeply in the problems of preserving farmland, farmable land that's been here for a long time, then you're failing in that endeavor. Get the best possible deal from the developer. If you have a if you have the previous plan that had been allowed 200, let's say 200 plus units, and they did not need any kind of conditional zoning, then you have a good position to bargain from there. So you don't need to give them more, apparently. This is especially true if you have private land which may be adjacent to public land. If you have a private property that's adjacent to public property that is not developed, that adds value to the private property. It doesn't, the private property does not probably add value to the public property. So you have an equation there that's out of balance. So you have my understanding is that in many cases you're making qualitative judgments about development. Even up that equation so that the developer does not get all the benefit and the public loses value on their property that's been there. That's very important. And don't plan your budget on projected development revenue that has not yet been approved. If you do that, or if that's in your mind that you're walking down that path, then there's really no reason for us to be here discussing development. I don't know if that's the case or not, but often that is the case, that you're thinking, well, we're going to do this, this, and this, and it's already preordained your decision making. I don't know if that's the case, but if it is the case, probably a good thing to think about. So again, Don't build on the farmland, get the best possible deal from the developers, and don't plan your budget on the projected revenue for development that has not been approved yet. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Walters. Bruce McDonald.
Madam Mayor and councilors, my name is Bruce McDonald. I live at 912 Hillcrest Street in Hendersonville. And I just wanted to make an observation. I grew up in Hendersonville. I'm a 1965 graduate of HHS, went to the University of North Carolina. And after I got out of the Navy in 1972, I moved to Massachusetts, where I lived for 45 years. Came back here in 2017, and it looked a lot different than it did in 1972. But as I've driven around the city and the county over the last 4 years, I've concluded that the elected officials during those 45 years did a pretty darn good job of being stewards of the land. But my concern is when the 25-year-old leaves Hendersonville today and comes back in 2067, is that person going to say, you know what, these elected officials have done a good job as stewards of the land? And I know you've got some items that you'll be addressing later in the hearing, or later in the meeting, regarding developments in the county, or in the city rather. And I just ask you to keep that in mind, what your legacy is going to be 45 years from now when people look back. Because I love Hendersonville. I'm glad to be back. I'm enjoying my retirement at age 75. And I just, I only have a few more years left probably to enjoy it, but I'm looking forward to you guys and your successors doing a good job of being good stewards of the beautiful land we have here in Hendersonville and Henderson County. Thank you. Thank you,
Mr. McDonald. Okay, the person who is online.
Sandy, you've been unmuted.
Hi, this is Sandy. I just have a few comments about the possible development at the Washburn property.
Could you?
My question is, how much more development?
Can you give your name and address, please, for the clerk?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Sandy Williams. I live at 309 Chadwick Avenue, Hendersonville. Okay? Yeah.
Okay.
How much more development? Is every piece of property in the city going to be covered with houses, and are we turning the town into a city of visitors and people on vacation? What happens in the winter? I understand the need for affordable housing, but I question the amount for the houses that are going to be built. Is $450,000 affordable? And are the people actually going to pay that to live on a property with no land, with double taxes and traffic jams, versus living in the county where there are none of these things? This development will generate as much as 3,688 cars a day on Tracy Grove, not including school buses, fire trucks, garbage trucks, and so forth. Tracy Grove is widely traveled and is narrow and has a dangerous curve. This will cause traffic to back up on Tracy Grove to US 64 and even I-26. Think of the families that have lived on Woodmont almost all of their lives, some as many as 50 years. This will change their lives completely. This land is also the home of many types of wildlife, and there are 3 streams, including Mud Creek, that run through this property, which help with flood waters when it rains. Also, waste, fertilizer, and oil from the homes and the cars will pollute these streams. I knew Bo Thomas when I was growing up in Hendersonville. He loved farming, and we would go and buy our fresh vegetables and fruit from him. I remember how he loved where he lived. I think he would be very disappointed to see this property used for this purpose. I do have a suggestion. I was talking with a friend of mine, and we said that this would be a perfect property for BCC to own, because their students could do research on sustainable farming, and study wildlife and conservation. I hope you will vote no on this proposal for the future of Hendersonville and its residents that you serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. The one digital comment was from Crystal Cawley, 627 Fifth Avenue, and her comment is, happy Juneteenth month to the beautiful city of Hendersonville. June of 2021, Juneteenth proclamation was issued for Juneteenth Day, thanks to our city of Hendersonville government. As a citizen of this city, I am proud to live in a city that is inclusive and seeks cultural diversity. All right, that's all of our public comments for this evening. So we will move on to our business. The first item of business is consideration of the agenda. Is there anything anyone would like to have added to or removed from the agenda as presented this evening? Not a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Mayor, I move that the City Council approve the agenda as present.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? If not, those in favor of approving the agenda as presented, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Ayes have it, and we have our agenda. Next is the consent agenda. Is there anything on the consent agenda that someone would like to have moved to the regular agenda so it can be discussed? Or if not, a motion to approve those items?
Madam Mayor, I move the City Council approve the consent agenda as presented.
Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Ayes have it. All right, very good. We do have one presentation this evening, so if Chief Blair Myhand would come forward with Matthew Selvis from the North Carolina League of Municipalities.
Thank you, Mayor Volk. My name and Hendersonville City Council for this time in recognizing the Hendersonville Police Department for completing the North Carolina League's law enforcement risk review process. Again, my name is Matthew Selves. I'm the Public Safety Risk Management Consultant with the North Carolina League, and I'm here to discuss what we did over the past couple of months with the police department. This is their second time they've completed the risk review. They did it about 3 years ago with the previous police chief. Again, the risk review involves a comprehensive agency review of high-risk policies and procedures and practices, which include, detailed on-site administrative and operations review, including looking at equipment. We conduct facility inspections, we do officer interviews, we observe operations, do ride-alongs with the officers, all to validate best practices aligned with the policies and in turn with industry's best practices. We specifically look at high-risk liability areas within the police department that consist of police vehicle operations, response to active resistance, evidence processing, employment practices and procedures, and training. In all, there's 39 categories that we look at through this whole spectrum. The review is supported by the North Carolina Chiefs of Police Association, and I'm proud to report this evening that the Hendersonville Police Department has successfully completed the law enforcement risk review process. I want to personally thank the chief and the department command staff and their leadership for their willingness to participate in this very important initiative. The chief, the command staff, and the department officers prioritized this initiative and made this a department priority. They were very open and transparent during the whole process. I myself have spent 25 years in law enforcement, 12 years as a police chief in a town in Iredell County near Statesville, North Carolina, and have additionally worked with numerous agencies across the state, both in law enforcement and with the League. And the officers I've worked with, along with the Hendersonville Police Department, have observed and demonstrated a high level of commitment to their communities and in best practices to enhance police professional and to positively impact the communities and relationships with the communities. And so I'd like to present the chief with the plaque on behalf of the North Carolina League of Municipalities, recognizing the Hendersonville Police Department for completing the law enforcement risk review process this June of 2022. Chief, congratulations.
Thank you. You want us to come up here and do it?
Please.
I just want to say real quick, this is, I'm happy to accept this on behalf of the police department, but Monica Howard standing behind me was by far the most instrumental person we have on the agency to help us get to this point. So without her help, we wouldn't be standing before you today. So thank you so much, Monica. You did a great job, and
Well, I didn't have that idea until you said it.
We're just going to jump behind you.
Thank you. All right. Okay, we will start with our public hearings. First is the budget adoption for fiscal year 2022-2023.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, it's my pleasure to present the budget for fiscal year 2022-2023. As Brian is pulling up the slideshow, I need to give several thanks, obviously, to Brian Pauley, our Assistant City Manager, and Adam Murr, our Budget Manager, for the hard work on putting this budget together, as well as the work of our entire team, our department heads, and their staff that have spent basically the last 8 months working on this budget, from doing our capital improvement planning in November and December, into working into the operating budget in January, February, March, and April. So a lot of work has gone into this budget. We've narrowed it down into about 10 or 15 slides, but it's a lot of time, and including the City Council's time, as we've had a couple of different workshops and retreats to set priorities. So thank you very much for that. So it's my pleasure to present the recommended budget for this coming year. Remind everyone of our vision, that we are a vibrant mountain town where the government and citizens work together for a high quality of life. And our mission is committed to providing high quality, efficient services to all citizens, visitors, and businesses through open communication, timely responses, and quality results. Your budget in total, all funds, is $52.47 million. Your total recommended budget, again, that is all funds. This breakdown, this slide shows your major funds for fiscal year 22 and 23. You can see how the 52.469 is broken down by fund. The largest being our general fund at just over almost $24 million, and our water and sewer fund at almost $23 million. And then the smaller funds, including our environmental services, which is solid waste collection, stormwater, which is water runoff. A new fund that you'll see tonight is our parking, our Main Street MSD funds, health and welfare, our 7th Avenue, and then our special revenue fund there. So those total out your total 52. And I'll go a little more detail into each fund in just one second. So this year, if we look at Citywide Trends, this is our last year before property reevaluation occurs next year, which the county is in the process of doing. So we consider this our float year, the 1 year before we get to reval, and we'll make some adjustments next year. This was the year of no. We heard loud and clear from City Council because of revaluation next year that we did not want property tax increases. We wanted to keep fees and charges as stable as we possibly could, particularly in the general fund, so that we could maintain where we are for another year until we got the reval. Priorities for council included our pay and classification plan. We will move everybody to the 75th percentile as of July 1, 2022 as a priority of council in our peer group, which is a
high priority to council, and we must say thank you to you, because this is allowing us to keep and recruit high quality employees. So thank you for your investment in our organization. Our merit-based pay system will continue. In addition to the pay and classification, our merit-based, we do provide performance evaluations to every employee every year, and based on their performance levels, they do receive additional bonuses or pay increases based on their merit. We are bumping that up 25%, so that if you achieve, you get a 1% merit raise, exceeds your expectation, your goals, you get 2%, and if you're outstanding, you'll get 3%. So, and that is something we also heard as part of our pay and classification plan. Our employees wanted to make sure we were recognizing those folks that do outstanding work at a higher level than folks that are people that are just coasting. Our health insurance, we are proud to say we have a 12% decrease. That's 2 years in a row where we've had a decrease in our health insurance costs, thanks to our wellness program and the participation of our teammates. Retirement, which is managed by the local the state treasurer's office. You'll see there that our retirement levels, we contribute 13.24% for law enforcement and 12.14% for all employees. Proud to say that that retirement system is anticipated to be 100% funded by 2025. Market-based, we are seeing market-based increases. Inflation is hitting us also. We're seeing rises in fuel costs, chemical costs, utilities, sludge and waste hauling. Our greatest obviously being the fuel and the chemicals to operate the utility for water, sewer production and cleaning of the water. We are using our American Rescue Plan funds, received just about $4.5 million in direct allocation, plus a $5 million allocation from the North Carolina General Assembly. $1.25 million of that will be used this year to make up revenue loss to help balance the budget, again, being the float year. $5 million of the funds that we receive from the General Assembly will go in directly back into our wastewater plant, directly invested in infrastructure that will benefit all citizens in the city of Hendersonville and the surrounding area by upgrading our disinfection systems for our wastewater treatment plant to make sure we are cleaning the water at its highest level and that it's efficient. We'll see a dramatic improvement in utility costs by improving, and then also we will be repairing a wall on one of our basins to make sure that it continues to last another 25, 30 years. So that's how that $5 million will be spent, and then we have $2 million that will be available for transformative community projects that will be determined by the council as we go forward. Your general fund is your largest fund, $23.97 million. Your tax rate will remain at 52 cents per $100 valuation. No ad valorem tax increase. We are seeing a significant increase in sales tax collection with inflation, but also we are seeing our economy continue to roll forward. But that is something we will continue to watch. We will have parking revenues as part of your new parking deck and implementation of parking kiosk in your downtown area to create the parking fund. I mentioned the ARP revenue loss funds, and we're anticipating a contribution from Henderson County for school resource officer reimbursement. Those are your major revenue sources. Expenditures, we are finishing up the last year of a SAFER grant, which is a grant that we hired 9 firefighters, 12 firefighters. We're at the end of that. That will expire in March of 2023 to help us. Those firefighters were used to staff a third engine company, which was a need based on our community. We're adding other positions, 9 FTE in the general fund. A priority to council was a sustainability manager. We are creating a police sergeant that will staff a traffic unit, which will focus on traffic and reducing automobile crashes and speeding and red light running in the community. An animal enforcement officer, which would allow us, that will be a civilian position that will allow us to convert 2 sworn positions into the traffic enforcement unit with the sergeant. We're hiring another deputy fire chief, IT director, a communications coordinator, so that Allison Justice can sleep at night, a budget analyst, and we're improving our street maintenance crew to ensure that we are adequately repairing sidewalks, curb and gutter, and street maintenance for the coming year. We'll see an operating increase of just over $422,000. We have $1.1 million in capital, including police cars, fire department vehicles, including the replacement of a 20-year-old ladder truck and a new pumper, 3 public works pieces of equipment, replacing body-worn camera system to make sure we're staying up to date with our body camera system, that we're maintaining that to protect our officers as well as protect the public. And we're also buying fire department protective equipment, which is key. As we know, cancer is a significant challenge for folks in the fire department industry, and we need to make sure that that protective equipment is adequate and up to date to protect our firefighters from the carcinogens that they may experience in fighting fire. We have a 2.31 debt service. That increase includes the police department headquarters that will have our first debt service payment, as well as Fire Station 1 and vehicles and equipment loan. That is your general fund, again, your largest fund for the coming year. Main Street, you have 2 MSD funds. Main Street, $675,000. This is predominantly the area around your downtown Main Street area. Again, no ad valorem tax increase there. We're seeing sales tax increases, and we're appropriating. It has a healthy fund balance, and we're appropriating $155,000 of that money, reinvesting it back into the Main Street district. That fund is healthy. It's important that we do not that money needs to be reinvested. It does not need to just be sitting there idle. It needs to be invested back in the community to support our residents, our visitors, and everybody that visits us. Our expenditures are largest expenditures are our salaries, including benefits, our pay and class changes there. We do split the salaries between the 2 MSDs because we have 3 full-time staff people there, and we split it between the two MSDs as well as in the general fund. So we split that because they're doing work across all of those funds. You have $42,000 in capital outlay, including electrical panel upgrades. We'll be repairing some brick crosswalks and repairing brick planters. Again, reinvesting in the community, reinvesting in your downtown to keep it looking sharp and being a great place to visit. We have contracts for holiday lights, mulch, landscaping, hanging baskets, pest control, pressure washing. So a lot of operational and maintenance costs into keeping downtown in good shape. So you see how that money is spent out of your MSD. And that money is paid for. This comes directly from property owners in the downtown. This is not from general tax dollars. I don't pay this tax because I live on Hyman Avenue. You have to own property in downtown. I think it's important for people to realize that this funding is an extra tax for property owners in our downtown area. And so they pay this extra fee to make sure we all can enjoy beautiful downtown. Is that me?
I don't know what that is.
Sorry.
Be busy.
All right, Brian, I talked too much and it won't turn.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. It was a text from Brian that said, stop talking. No.
There you go. Moving on to the 7th Avenue Fund. Smaller fund, 7th Avenue area. Again, this is an extra tax generated by those property owners, 17 cents per $100. We 97,000 sales tax increase, $84,000 in fund balance. Excuse me, $9,000 in sales tax increase. Our expenditures, again, related to salaries. We're spending capital here too to reinvest. We're going to try bollards. This is a trial run for public safety where we've been using the water barricades. This is an opportunity where we may use the removable or retractable bollards. We felt like this was like an opportunity at the edge of Main Street and 7th Avenue as an alternative to the water barriers that are a little more attractive, as well as maybe a little bit easier for Public Works to manage. So we're going to try a pilot project on Maple Street to put not only improve the appearance but also provide safety of folks on Maple Street during the farmers market. Spending money on holiday decor. We have contracted services also, and also we've contributed $15,000 for the farmers market and the SNAP program to ensure that we are providing our low-income citizens good access to high-quality vegetables, fresh vegetables, and food, and giving them the greatest opportunity in an area that is not qualified as a food desert, but it is an area that we want to make sure we're providing high-quality food. Your water and sewer fund is just over $22 million. This is your second largest. This runs your utility. We're seeing an increase there because of large capital projects that we have to do to maintain the system. 11.5% average there. We will do a rate study this year and discuss system development charges. We continue to equalize rates. We will be dropping in the rate differential by 5% more. If you recall, 3 years ago, we said the rates were 150% difference, and we've been reducing it by 5% each year, and now the rate differential is 135%, with the goal of by 2030 to have equalized rates. This will be the last year of our commercial declining rate, meaning that every gallon of water that is used is being paid for by everybody versus giving them incentives for the higher water users. This is while that was prevalent in years past, based on conservation, and that water is not an unlimited resource that we need to make sure that we are asking people to conserve, and so we are eliminating that declining rate. We continue to meet our bond covenants, which is our major revenue source for capital. We are adding positions here in the water and sewer fund, an excavation crew because the system is growing. We're making dramatic repairs, facility maintenance, CCTV crews to inspect our wastewater system, and an environmental compliance technician to work with our local industry and our restaurants to prevent those things that we don't want to get into the sewer system, keep those out of the sewer system. We're seeing a $560,000 market increase, $1 million in capital, such as vehicle replacement, excavators, generators, fleet equipment, general equipment to operate the system, and a $3.22 million debt service coming from your FY23 revenue bond that will pay for projects that improve the system at the wastewater plant, at the water plant, line extensions, to make sure we run a healthy utility. Parking fund, a new fund, $1.49 million. As with the creation or the construction of the parking deck, this fund is new and will help us to provide additional parking in the downtown area. You can see here, this is the first year. This is a new fund. As directed by council, no parking fees will be charged until the parking deck and new meters are operational. That is anticipated in the winter months of 2023. Our expenditures include salaries for parking enforcement. We now have 2 full-time parking enforcement individuals. Our goal is to, again, we want people to have to find parking in the downtown area in locations that are as convenient as they can be, but in a way that we're turning parking over so that the businesses are successful, as well as our citizens are able to use our parking asset, because it is an asset. We are splitting the salary between the general fund and the parking fund. We have $512,000 in capital, including new parking meters, a parking enforcement vehicle, and we do have to clean the parking deck. So that is where we'll be spending our capital there. So we'll be buying a street sweeper specifically for that parking deck. We'll have that debt service payment coming on into 2023. Stormwater Fund, $1.49. I know I'm not Mike Huffman. He would be doing a much better job with this presentation. So your revenues here, we know monthly fee increases as was required or stipulated by council that we would maintain the $5 per month ERU for 2 years. This will be the second year. We are appropriating fund balance as a healthy fund. Salaries are a large portion of this expenditure. For your stormwater technician pay and class salary splits, we will spend $42,000 on brush and leaf contract, continuing to do planning and surveying and grant matches to identify needs to replace our aging stormwater system, and then we'll spend $170,000 in new infrastructure and equipment, including a John boat. So we anticipate that will happen in the current year. But I will give Mike Huffman and his team and Brent Detweiler, as city engineer, they really do a good job with this fund, and we're really, even though we're just getting started making improvements to the stormwater system, I'm impressed by the work they do day in and day out. Your environmental service fund is the fund associated with solid waste collection, $1.63 million. Again, no fee increases here. You can see the monthly rate for solid waste collection. We are appropriating fund balance. Largest expenditures are salary and benefits. We are moved $12,000 that will be used by the Environmental Sustainability Board to the general fund. We have $19,000 in debt service increase for the purchase of a new garbage truck. We're seeing our tipping fees go up, which are managed by or provided by Henderson County. Those are outside of our control, by the county as well as the state. And we're also buying a smaller refuse body pickup in order to serve areas that we cannot get the larger trucks in, and to be able to allow us to pick up solid waste in areas where if we have extensive snow, the snow tends to linger for a long period of time. So that is your total budget, proposed budget for the coming year, fiscal year 22 and 23. Staff stands by to answer any questions you may have about that. And again, thank you for your time, and thank you for the staff's work on this great budget. Thank you.
Any questions?
I have a question for Brian Polly. My question to you is not necessarily this year's budget, but based upon this budget and what we anticipate we will be needing for next year's budget, what is the increase in revenue we will need to balance next year's budget?
So the 20% number that we talk about for revaluation that we've talked about in the workshops, that equates to about 7 pennies on the tax rate.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
Other questions? Comments? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone on the staff who's been involved in this months-long process. Right, this is a public hearing. Madam Clerk, has this public hearing been advertised in accordance with general statutes?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, so we will open the floor. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on the proposed budget? Anyone who wishes to comment on the proposed budget? Is there anyone online seeking recognition to comment?
No, ma'am.
We did have 2 digital comments come in ahead of time. First is from Ann Twiggs, 305 South Whitted Street, Hendersonville. She says, "Good evening. I wish to convey my strong conviction that the fiscal year 2022-2023 city budget must include a full-time sustainability managerial position. Climate change is upon us, and our mountain home can no longer avoid addressing and/or mitigating the effects in a deliberate, organized, and methodical manner. As the city states in its core values, environmental sustainability is critical to preserving the community for future generations. That future is now. The enormous amount of work and educational expertise needed to create a sustainability plan, prioritize action, gather data, organize the response, and marshal funds is overwhelming for a part-time position. Our already overburdened city staff, or for a full-time position to be working on sustainability issues on a part-time basis. Federal, state, and private resources continue to be available. Hendersonville is entitled to those resources. Cities that hire a full-time sustainability manager have reaped many benefits in energy savings, climate change mitigation effects, and community satisfaction. Look to our future and plan our response now with a full-time sustainability manager position added to the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget." Second comment is from Mary Ellen Couston, 1618 Orleans Avenue. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council, for including a new hire for a sustainability staff member in the city's proposed budget for fiscal year 2022-2023. I'd urge you to amend the position to be a full-time position dedicated to the overdue and much-needed work of environmental sustainability. A position split between multiple portfolios, including those beyond sustainability, is likely to doom the chances the sustainability hire has to make meaningful change that will save Hendersonville money in the medium term. Assuming we find someone willing to take on what amounts to multiple jobs, we're likely to burn them out quickly and have to reinvest in the position. The financially responsible thing to do when hiring for a sustainability position is to ensure it is a dedicated position. Thank you for your consideration. We'll call again. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on the budget? Is there anyone online?
No, ma'am.
No. Okay, in that case, we'll close this public hearing. Council? Discussion, comments, motion?
Madam Mayor, I move that City Council adopt 1, the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget ordinance, 2, the fiscal year 2022-2023 capital reserve fund ordinance, 3, the resolution of intent for the fiscal year 2022-2023 capital improvement plan and rate schedule, 4, capital project ordinances number 21044, 22011, 22012, and 22013, 5, reimbursement resolutions for CPOs number 21044, 22011, 22013, and 6, the pay and classification schedule as presented.
Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of the motion adopting these various ordinances, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Ayes have it. And again, thank you to staff for all the work that went into this budget ordinance. Right. Okay, next is a zoning text amendment, supplementary standards for daycare centers, or day centers, excuse me. Mr. Manley, here he comes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. It's good to see you. As you mentioned, we have a zoning text amendment application before us. The applicant is Tamara Peacock Architects, and they reached out to submit an application to amend the zoning code to address our supplementary standards for day centers. Day centers are defined as an establishment that provides a combination of case management, resources, or a range of like services to aid persons who are primarily indigent, needy, homeless, or transient. And currently, there's a prohibition on having a day center adjacent to a residential use or within 200 feet of a residential zoning district. And so they submitted some language that would address that and remove the prohibition, but in place, there would be a buffer required. And what they had proposed was a 25-foot buffer or a 15-foot buffer with a 6-foot tall fence to address those. We took this to the Planning Board's Legislative Committee. They were agreeable, and we had a healthy discussion with them. Staff continued to review the proposal, and legal staff reviewed the proposal, and we continued to work on the language. And ultimately, what was presented and supported by the Planning Board is as follows. Essentially, we found that the important aspect was the vertical barrier. So to make it a little more straightforward, We have proposed that day centers shall be separated when it is adjacent to a residential use. It'll be separated by a 15-foot type B buffer, so a vegetated buffer with a 6-foot tall fence. And identically, when day center use is within 200 feet of residential zoning district, then the same buffer would be required. And that further to explain or clarify how that 200-foot separation is measured, makes it much clearer for staff when we're posed with these situations to know how to measure those. And I'll just add that we listed the residential districts that this would apply to, and those would include the associated CZD districts as well. The day center use is only permitted by CZD. So if someone wanted to have a day center, they would have to go through the CZD process. It is specifically listed in the CZDs that are associated with C3, C2, CMU, and I1. And so we've shown those on the map here to give you an idea of where they're most likely to be located. We did take a look at the comprehensive plan to look for consistency there and pulled out a couple of items. Specifically, the consideration should be given to impacts, and consideration should be given to applications that demonstrate a clear public purpose when looking at changing the zoning code and changing land uses. The planning board recommended the following comprehensive plan consistency statement. The 2030 comprehensive plan land use and development chapter calls for the city to consider short and long-term impacts on compatibility with existing development, and further recommends the consideration be given to determine if an application demonstrates a clear public purpose. They also provided these points for rationale for their approval. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
Anyone have any questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, has this public hearing been advertised in accordance with general statutes?
Yes, Mayor.
We will open this public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this zoning text amendment, standards for day centers? If you would come forward and give your name and address for the clerk's record, please.
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, my name is Dennis Bro. I work for Peacock Company Architects. I would just like to read something briefly. The social fabric of Hendersonville is constantly changing. This zoning change is simply in response to the ever-changing requirements of the entire population of Hendersonville. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Is there anyone online seeking recognition to speak?
Madam Mayor, there are no hands raised online at this time.
Okay. Thank you. And there were no pre-submitted comments. So we will go ahead and close that public hearing. Council, discussion or a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move City Council adopt an ordinance amending the official City of Hendersonville zoning ordinance Article 16, thank you. Sorry, my brain stopped for a second. I couldn't read the Roman numerals. Supplementary standards for certain uses, Section 16-4-12, Day Center, based on the following. Excuse me. The petition is found to be consistent with the City of Hendersonville 2030 Comprehensive Plan based on the information from the staff analysis and the public hearing, and because the 2030 Comprehensive Plan Land Use and Development Chapter calls for the city to consider short and long-term impacts on compatibility with existing development, and further recommends the consideration be given to determine if an application demonstrates a clear public purpose. We find this petition to be reasonable and in the public interest based on the information from the staff analysis and the public hearing, and because, 1, the petition addresses the provision of services for the needy, homeless, and transient population within the City of Hendersonville's zoning jurisdiction, and 2, the text amendment addresses separation of day centers from residential uses through the provision of buffers that exceed standard commercial residential buffers.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of the zoning text amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ayes have it. Motion carries, and we have that one taken care of. Next is a rezoning, a conditional zoning district, an Upward Road restaurant. And Mr. Manley.
Yes, thank you. This application is for a 3/4 of an acre tract at the corner of Upward Road and Upward Crossing Boulevard. The proposed use is a drive-in restaurant, and they're proposing to rezone the property from PCD to CHMU, which is our Central Highway Mixed-Use CZD district. This property was previously part of a larger PCD development that was not fully built out, and so that plan, even though this particular parcel was planned to have a restaurant on it, small restaurant, the entire plan was not constructed, and so it was voided. And with that PCD zoning being in place, with the site-specific approval, it triggers the CZD. It is, taking a look at the site, sorry, ready to jump ahead. It is a relatively flat site. It is greenfield development. There is a line of trees along the edge of the boundary that will be impacted by a proposed retaining wall, but you can see some of the access from Upward Crossing Boulevard in the bottom right and in the upper left, and it fronts Upward Road. The site plan is for one building. It's a 950 square foot drive-in restaurant, and the associated vehicular and pedestrian circulation, buffers, and landscaping. A retaining wall is proposed along this boundary here. The site plan was reviewed by the DRC, the Development Review Committee. The project did not trigger a TIA review. The details of the staff review were provided in the staff report, and the following is just an overview of the comments and conditions provided by each department. And I've got the list of conditions on later slide. Community Development Department comments were all resolved or addressed by the developer's proposed conditions. We had no other conditions to offer. The Stormwater Administrator, Public Works Director, and City Engineer had comments, all of which have been resolved by the developer or will be at the final site plan. The Floodplain Administrator, Water Sewer Department, Fire Marshal, and NCDOT staff each reviewed the project and had no comments or concerns with the site plan. The city's transportation consultant provided the projected trip generation for the proposed use. The daily trips were 179 trips. AM peak would be 36 trips, and PM peak would be 15 trips. The developer proposed no concessions, but did offer 5 conditions, requested 5 conditions. And those include reducing the vehicular use setback to 5 feet from the right-of-way line, which cuts that in half, reducing the common space ratio to greater than or equal to 0.05, which cuts the percentage of common space in half. They've requested to reduce the building offset, which on such a small building does not have a large impact. That's a reduction in the development, the design standards for the CHMU. They've requested to remove the loading zone. They feel confident that they can handle the deliveries with the arrangement they have without a loading zone. And they, as a concession to a tree board recommendation, they've requested to preserve trees. Preserved trees shall be protected to the extent feasible with respect to the required construction activities. The developer also agreed, so those are those conditions there. They agreed to the other 3 tree board conditions that were offered. Because this was a CZD, a neighbor compatibility meeting was held. It was lightly attended. We had 2 people online. There were some questions about the operation of the use and some potential impacts. Taking a look at the current land use and zoning. The subject property is currently zoned PCD, as mentioned, as Planned Commercial Development Conditional Zoning District. It was part of a multi-phase project discussed previously. The property is bordered to the east and northeast by Upward Crossing Boulevard, which provides access to the remaining parcels which are zoned PCD. Access to the I-26 interchange at Upward Road is the dominant factor driving development and redevelopment in this area. To the west and north of the parcel, the zoning is Henderson County Regional Commercial. Some of the uses present in this area are fast food, financial, convenience or gas stations, hotel, manufacturing, mobile home park, some large agricultural tracts, and single-family homes on large tracts which could be redeveloped. Other recent rezonings have occurred on properties north of the site between I-26 and South Allen Road. Those properties have not yet been constructed, but they include residential, multifamily residential uses. Those have been approved in the last 12 months or so. Additional vacant land in the area was recently annexed and zoned CHMU. The CHMU zoning district was adopted in 2011 along with the Upward Road planning area, which this parcel sits in. In regards to the future land use, the city's 2030 comprehensive plan designates the subject property as a regional activity center and is located within an activity node. The restaurants are a primary recommended land use in the regional activity center. All parcels in the surrounding area share the same designation, which can be attributed to the proximity to the interchange with I-26. I-26 is classified as a freeway. Upward Road is classified as a boulevard in the city's comprehensive plan. The project is consistent with a majority of the goals of the Regional Activity Center. The site is also designated as a priority growth area in the growth management map. These are areas that are considered a high priority for expansion of the ETJ, annexation, and extension of infrastructure and services. Compatible infill development, as well as the provision of a mix of land uses, is also found in the population and housing chapter. Under the natural and environmental resources chapter, there are a couple of strategies that are relevant, including promote preservation of woodlands and enable and encourage low-impact development practices in stormwater management. There were no goals and strategies that were relevant under the cultural and historic resources chapter, nor the community facilities chapter. The water resources reiterates that we should encourage the low-impact development practices in stormwater. And the transportation and circulation chapter has a few strategies that are relevant. Encourage mixed-use pedestrian-friendly development that reduces the need to drive between land uses. Enhance key gateways to the community in order to present a positive first impression and increase civic pride. Incorporate aesthetic improvements such as landscaped medians and street trees along roadways. And enhance key entrances within the city as indicated on map 7.3A. And so this is one of those gateway areas. So that is the comprehensive plan consistency portion. There are 6 criteria that are reviewed as part of a rezoning. After comprehensive plan consistency becomes compatibility, and as has already been covered with the proximity to I-26 and the surrounding land uses, we do believe this proposed land use is compatible. Changed conditions, we've seen increased development along Upward Road corridor, with a variety of different uses, more intense uses, and we anticipate that will continue. The addition of restaurants provides additional food options for residents and visitors, and therefore is in the public interest, could be considered in the public interest. The city services will be provided to this parcel and are available, and the site does contain some trees. As mentioned previously, they are proposing to remove 5 trees and retain 3 trees that are on the site, and they are proposing to plant an additional 18 trees. Planning Board took up this petition at their last meeting. They voted 7-0 to recommend approval, and they provided the following comprehensive plan consistency statement. The future land use designation of Regional Activity Center recommends restaurant as a primary land use, and the location and site design of the project align with the goals and strategies of LU-9. And they adopted the reasonableness statement with the rationale listed on the slide, and it was in the staff report. That I'll open it up for any questions.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Does the developer wish to make any comments about this? If you'd like to, you may. You don't have to. No. Okay. All right, then, we'll go ahead. Madam Clerk, has this public hearing been advertised in accordance with general statutes?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, we will open this public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to comment on this conditional zoning district rezoning? Anyone who would like to comment? Is there anyone online seeking recognition to comment?
Madam Mayor, there are no hands raised online at the moment.
And there were no pre-submitted comments. We'll go ahead and close that public hearing. Council, discussion or a motion?
I'm happy to read it.
Okay.
Got it. I move City Council adopt an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the City of Hendersonville, changing the zoning designation of the subject property, PIN 9588206649, from PCD Planned Commercial Development to CHMU CZD Commercial Highway Mixed Use Conditional Zoning District, based on the site plan and list of conditions submitted by and agreed to by the applicant, and dated May 10, 2022, and presented at this meeting and subject to the following. The development shall be consistent with the site plan, including the list of applicable conditions contained therein, and the following permitted use: restaurant. I believe I go to number 3 now. The petition is found to be consistent with the City of Hendersonville's 2030 comprehensive plan based on information from the staff analysis, and because the future land use designation of Regional Activity Center recommends restaurant as a primary land use, and the location and site design of the project align with the goals and strategies of LU-9. Furthermore, we find this petition to be reasonable and in the public interest based on the information from the staff analysis, public hearing, and because, 1, the Upward Road Corridor is classified as a boulevard and is appropriate for drive-in restaurants. 2, the development will provide additional food options for residents and visitors. 3, the subject property is consistent with the interstate interchange-oriented development occurring in this area. And 4, the subject property is located in a priority growth area.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
I can make one
Great.
clarification. Restaurant and drive-in restaurant are actually two separate uses, and so if you could amend your motion for the use to be a drive-in restaurant rather than just restaurant.
Can I say restaurant and drive-in restaurant?
You can do both, yes.
Madam Mayor, I amend my motion so that the permitted use would say restaurant and drive-in restaurant.
Any objection to that? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Any discussion? If not, those in favor of this conditional zoning district rezoning, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ayes have it. One more down. Thank you. All right, the next is a rezoning conditional zoning district, the Washburn tract. Okay, Mr. Manley again.
Thank you. As you mentioned, this is the application for the Washburn tract development, which is a 162-acre parcel where both single-family and multifamily uses have been proposed. They're proposing 300-unit apartment complex and 160 single-family homes. That equates to 2.8 units per acre. The zoning is currently PRD, PRD, and would be proposed to be PRD. There was a previous rezoning on this site where the initial zoning was R15 and C3. It was rezoned to PRD special use in 2008. There were 4 4-story buildings, 2 3-story buildings, 2 2-story buildings, and 5 1-story duplexes that accommodated the 305 units that were approved for skilled care, assisted living, and independent living. That was never constructed, and it was voided, but that site-specific approval is still the zoning that's in place. The site is a former agricultural use. As you can see in the photographs, you can see that previous use and the rolling highland there, as well as some of the existing tree canopy that is on the site, as well as wetlands and surface water that adjoins US 64. The site plan provided lists the conditions and depicts 300 apartment units and 160 single-family homes on the 162 acres. It includes the floodplain, which is about 106 acres of the site, open space, greenway connections, vehicular access, and the layout of the development. The site plan was reviewed by the Development Review Committee, along with a TIA that was reviewed and revised TIA that was reviewed by the city's transportation consultant. The details were provided in the staff report, and I'll provide an overview here. The Community Development Department comments were all resolved or addressed by the developers' proposed conditions, and we had no further conditions to add to this project. The Stormwater Administrator had comments related to the increase in impervious surfaces and stormwater management. He proposed 2 conditions, which the developer agreed to. One was to enhance the stormwater runoff system to treat and retain a minimum 25-year event. Treatment and retention are currently required for a 10-year event. And also, number 2, utilize low-impact development practices through incorporation of bioretention ponds to retain and treat on-site stormwater. And the floodplain administrator provided comments regarding the presence of the floodplain and conservation mitigation efforts. He provided 2 additional conditions which the developers agreed to, which are provide details related to the provision of a conservation easement and or dedication of land to Conserving Carolina, including commitment from Conserving Carolina as a note on the site plan. And number 2, to provide details related to the developer proposed restoration of on-site wetlands, which the developer will provide in more detail in their presentation. The city's engineer, water sewer department, fire marshal, public works director, and NCDOT had no comments or concerns. The city's transportation consultant provided a series of comments and recommendations. The proposed development is anticipated to generate 3,244 daily trips. And the TIA had several outstanding comments and excluded some data that would have been necessary for a thorough review. Additional information and analysis related to trip distribution and potential mitigation at the intersection of Tracy Grove Road and Wilmont Drive has been requested from the developer, and a condition related to this request has been added to the proposal, and I will address that. The following recommendations have been made and agreed to by the developer. Revise the TIA based on comments from our transportation consultant dated April 21st, 2022. Dedicate right-of-way along the frontage of Tracy Grove Road, which is primarily in two small locations. Commit to the construction of the following mitigation measures as identified in the TIA. Construct an eastbound right turn lane on Dana Road with 200 feet of full width storage and appropriate taper. That would be up here at this intersection. Modify the existing traffic signal at Dana Road and Tracy Grove Road to accommodate the addition of the eastbound right turn lane as mentioned. Construction of a northbound left turn lane at Access 1 with 150 feet of storage. That is at this axis, this point, this stem right here, a left turn lane coming into that. The planning board recommended the following: based on the proposed site trip distribution, a right turn lane may be warranted at the intersection of Tracy Grove Road at Wilmot Drive. The TIA should be revised based on the comments from Kimberly Horn dated May 5th. Developer has provided has offered a counter to this, or has addressed this. I will get to that on the next slide. The tree board made recommendations for conditions, and I will address those. The developer proposed 3 concessions and 2 conditions. One concession relates to the dedication of a 50-foot greenway easement along the Mud Creek riparian corridor. The second concession related to the provision of 62.6% of the mature trees on the site would be preserved. And the third concession is that they would provide a stream buffer standard around the edge of the wetlands. So even though there's not a blue line stream or a standard for a 30-foot buffer with a 20-foot transitional area, we don't have that standard for wetlands in our zoning code, but they've offered to meet those standards. They have 2 proposed conditions. One is for a height exemption of up to 46 feet. The developer has met the conditions or the criteria to receive the height exemption, provided a sun study as well. And they're proposing to have a full movement access at access 1, which is where the left turn lane is. They have 30 feet here, and that is short of the city's standards for 45 feet. But, based on transportation consultants and review of the site plan, they believe they can accommodate a full movement access point at that location. The applicant is also proposing to expand the right-of-way on Wilmot Drive to 70 feet. The current right-of-way is 30 feet. This would essentially make this segment of Wilmot Drive a minor thoroughfare in conjunction with the city's subdivision ordinance. The subdivision ordinance provides that with a minimum of 70 feet of right-of-way, a minor thoroughfare can be constructed, and it shall include the following: 2 travel lanes, curb and gutter, sidewalks, multi-use pass or bicycle lanes where indicated, associated utility strips, and on-street parking or paved shoulder on either side. Minor thoroughfares are defined as follows: minor thoroughfares provide balanced mobility and access with moderate traffic volumes and lot to medium design speeds of up to 45 miles per hour. Streets may have up to 3 lanes with no more than 1 lane per direction. Access management may be provided in the form of continuous left turn lanes, shared driveways, full movement driveways are permitted on 2-lane streets with a center turn lane. Cross-parcel connectivity between adjacent lots is strongly encouraged. So that, just to point it out real quickly, would be 70-foot right-of-way across this segment from Tracy Grove down to this access point here. They're proposing 13 apartment buildings. The apartments are proposed to be either 3 stories or 2-3 split. And those different heights, the exterior, primarily the exterior buildings are all 2-3 split, and these, the ones that are interior are all 3 stories, with the exception of right here, that's a 3-story as well. And the developer can provide more detail on that. I mentioned the height exemption. The bedroom count would be 271 in 2-bedroom units and 30 3-bedroom units. And they've got a clubhouse and a pool proposed as well. I mentioned the 30-foot right-of-way providing access. This gives a little closer zoom in of that. There would be 2 11-foot wide lanes provided on that stem. And this is some of the single-family home lots. Typical single-family home lots are proposed to be 50 by 100. And they feature a 20-foot wide driveway in front of the building area. So I went through the conditions as part of that, but I've got them listed here if they need to be referenced. One is new, that's not shown up there. There's a number 4 under concessions, which is, it was mentioned in the planning board, but it wasn't clarified, but we've received it on the most recent site plan. Developers agreed to sell 6 lots located along Wilmot Drive to Housing Assistance Corporation for $40,000 per lot for the construction of affordable housing units. So that is an additional concession being made by the developer. The developer agreed to the tree board's recommendations and other staff recommended conditions. The item I referenced related to the right turn lane on Tracy Grove Road onto Wilmot Drive. That language has been worked on. And so the latest language that we've received is that the developer agrees to install a right turn lane and appropriate taper at the intersection of Tracy Grove Road and Wilmot Drive, so long as sufficient right-of-way is available for that purpose. If right-of-way is not currently available, then the developer shall use best efforts to obtain sufficient right-of-way from affected property owners. In this instance, best efforts include an offer to purchase the affected land at market value as determined by a certified MAI appraisal. If the developer is unable to obtain sufficient right-of-way from the affected property owners, then the developer may request that the NCDOT or the City of Hendersonville obtain the needed right-of-way from the affected property owner, subject to the developer repaying the fair market value of the right-of-way obtained by eminent domain. In this instance, fair market value shall be the value as determined by the condemning authority's certified MAI appraisal or jury verdict, including any cost and attorney's fees. If the NCDOT and/or the city choose not to use their powers of eminent domain, the developer shall install within the existing right-of-way as much of the required improvements as physically feasible. I mentioned that they agreed to the tree board's recommended conditions. Those are listed here. Because it was a CZD, a neighborhood compatibility meeting was held. This was actually I believe the 3rd NCM for this project. It had been previously withdrawn, and since they reapplied, they had to meet this requirement again. And so on March 18th, another meeting was held. A number of the same issues and concerns that have been raised throughout this project were brought up. There were 6 people in attendance in person and 5 online. Issues related to flooding, traffic congestion, incompatibility, loss of farmland. Those were all issues that were brought up at that time. Taking a look at the current land use on the site, as mentioned, is PRD. The surrounding area is primarily R15. R15 permits up to 6 units per acre. The existing density in this general vicinity is 1.86 units per acre. That's just counting the single family. There are 2 parcels adjacent to this tract that contain multifamily. So that number would be a little bit higher. We do not have the unit count for those 2 parcels. There's also C3, PCD, some I-1, CMU along that US 64 corridor, which is in close proximity as the crow flies to this site, but you would have to access it going out Tracy Grove Road to Dana Road. You have Jackson Park adjacent across the creek, across the floodplain from this site, and to the southeast you have Henderson County R1 zoning. Taking a look at the future land use, a large chunk of the property is in the natural resource and agricultural designation due to the presence of the floodplain. The developable land or the higher ground is medium intensity neighborhood, which permits 2 to 8 units per acre, or recommends 2 to 8 units per acre. There's some high density residential on the opposite side of 64, and of course the commercial uses around the node of Dana Road and US 64. project is consistent with the majority of the goals of the medium intensity neighborhood and natural resource and agricultural area. Portions of the site outside the floodplain are designated as preservation enhancement areas on the growth management map. This states to respond to development or redevelopment in these areas by maintaining and enhancing existing neighborhood character and maintaining consistency with comprehensive plan goals and strategies. The portion of the site inside the floodplain is designated as natural resource and agriculture in the growth management map as well. These are areas in which preservation of environmentally sensitive features should be promoted. The land use and development chapter goes on to say under LU2, goal LU2, discourage development in areas needed for protection of natural and agricultural resources and protection of citizens from natural hazards. Strategy LU 2.1, implement strategies under goal NR1 for the preservation of environmentally sensitive areas, and implement strategies identified under goal NR4 for the preservation of agricultural resources. So I'll get into the natural resource chapter momentarily. Compatible infill development as well as the provision of a mix of land uses is supported by the population and housing chapter as well. That chapter goes on to encourage variation in lot sizes and housing types within new developments and to establish neighborhood design guidelines that promote safe, walkable, and bikeable neighborhoods while accommodating the automobile. Under natural environmental resources, there's a number of strategies that are relevant to this proposal. Goal NR1, preserve environmentally sensitive areas in order to protect life and property from natural hazards, protect water resources, and preserve natural habitat. The strategies under that goal go into detail related to achieving those particular outcomes. Under goal NR2, provide a variety of quality open space distributed equitably throughout Hendersonville that can be used for recreational opportunities and aesthetic enhancements. This includes clustering development that preserves open space while allowing a return on investment, acquiring and encouraging acquisition of environmentally sensitive properties. Under NR 3.2, enable and encourage low-impact development practices and stormwater management. And under goal NR4, which was referenced in the land use chapter, preserve Hendersonville's agricultural resources in order to maintain a rich heritage and promote locally grown food. Map 3.3A identifies areas which the comprehensive plan recommends preservation of the agricultural uses. And this subject property is not indicated as an agricultural land on that map 3.3A. Under cultural and historic resources, there were no relevant goals or strategies under that. Under community facilities, there are a couple of strategies. Encourage community open space or play areas in new or redeveloped residential neighborhoods. Preserve and expand the public greenway system as a means of connecting neighborhoods to parks and increasing recreational amenities and open space. The water resources chapter, again, makes reference to the low-impact development practices. And the transportation and circulation chapter states identify and prioritize needed pedestrian connections within the community, encourage pedestrian connections between dead-end streets and adjacent neighborhoods, preserve and expand the public greenway system, improve roadways as needed to implement the land use vision and meet level of service requirements, and widen and improve existing roadways as indicated on map 7.3A, which includes Tracy Grove Road. Do I have connection here? Yeah, there we go. Taking a look at compatibility, the surrounding area consists of single-family homes, rural farmland. There's actually 2 multifamily apartments, cemetery, and vacant land in proximity to the subject property. In regards to changed conditions, it is in vicinity to Highway 64 where there is intense commercial uses and multifamily and that is anticipated to increase in those areas along US 64, and there's a continued need for housing in close proximity to goods and services and within walking connections to commercial nodes. This would provide a connection that would be able to connect to downtown as well as be within a walkable distance of US 64. In terms of public interest, I won't go into all the numbers, but they were provided, the Bowen Housing Needs Assessment numbers related to rental housing needs. Since this is providing apartments, this would address the gap, the housing gap in rental housing with the 300 units that are proposed. And there's also a gap when it comes to owner housing, specifically for the AMI range between less than 50% AMI up to 120% AMI. Those numbers are provided in staff report, and so this would be addressing both rental housing and owner-occupied housing as a component of the public interest. Under public facilities, water sewer is available to the site, and we've got some additional information on the traffic impact to the transportation infrastructure in that area. The effect on the natural environment, as I mentioned, the site features approximately 106 acres of 100-year floodplain and floodway. While the impervious surfaces would increase, 86% of the tract is proposed to remain open space. There are some highly valued natural resources on this property and adjacent to this property. We looked at some tools provided by the Green Growth Toolbox, provided by a number of cooperating state agencies. There is highly ranked biodiversity in the Eubank Swamp or the Four Seasons Swamp along 64, and there are other moderate rankings for biodiversity found on the site. It is also part of a network of highly valued natural heritage areas, which are identified in a report that was done in the mid-90s. But this site in particular has been identified and valued for its natural resources for some time. And with that, the Planning Board voted 4-2 in favor of recommending approval, and they recommended adopting the following comprehensive plan consistency statement. The medium intensity neighborhood designation calls for planned residential developments as a secondary recommended land use, and the proposed site plan aligns with the development guidelines under strategy LU 6.4. They also offered the following 5 rationale for approval, and I will let you guys have seen that. I will not read it through each of those statements, but I will open it up for any questions you guys have.
Questions?
So I have a question. Do you know whether or not this particular farmland has ever been tested, soil tested?
I do not know. The developer may be able to speak to that as part of their due diligence.
Because it's adjacent to 64 7th Avenue side. It was once a dump. And my mom lives in the Green Meadows community, and it's been times where we've dug and we dig up all kind of stuff. So I was just wondering.
Yeah, we can ask the developer that question for sure.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
If the developer would like to make a presentation, please come forward.
My name's Mike Washburn. I live at 127 Summit Landing in Zirconia.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Steve Keller, and I live at 5683 Longmont Drive in Houston, Texas.
Well, the overall, the goal with the project is as you can see, having both multifamily and single family there, just from sheer affordability, not everybody can afford to buy a house. So that's the rental aspect of it. And as well, so we got the single family for sale product, which would be priced according to the market. And we're aware there is a severe shortage of housing in the area. Having the two alternatives there is great because, younger folks like my kids, again, start out normally renting, and then it would give them the ability to then, going forward, possibly purchase a house and live there. And likewise, if you're like myself and you're kind of on the older side of the scale there, you may, live there for a while and then decide for whatever reason you may want to downsize and remain there. Or if my parents wanted to move here, I would have that option to have them close by in the apartments, which would be great. The proximity to the town is it's amazing. I've driven it multiple times a day, and it's a quick commute, and that makes it obviously very attractive, as well as it's going to be walkable. So walkable and bicyclable. So you'd be able to get home from here, for example, on a bicycle in about 10 to 15 minutes, because our plan is to connect by building a bridge over the creek there to get you into the park so you could get access into downtown from there, which would be really neat. The environmental aspect of it, we've got Conserving Carolina here, because this is a great, again, this could be a great amenity for the whole community by that being adjacent to Jackson Park there, which will just kind of really expand the whole green area, as well as give a nice amenity there. And they're here to speak to what they plan to do with that. And as far as affordability, we are working with the housing assistants. Ashley McCoy is online in case you have any questions with that. So they'll be able to build some affordable housing in there as well. And just by building an increase of housing stock, that will actually help out with affordability across the board as far as that goes. And that's basically what I've got to say. Turn it over to Steve.
Thank you, Mike. There's just a couple other points I'd like to talk on before the engineers kind of walk through our process and what we're looking at. One of the things that was real important in this development to us, and I feel like as well to the city, is we wanted to create as much open space as possible. And in the layout between the multifamily and the residential, we tried to keep everything as much clustered together, allowing as much open space so people would have gathering places, places to look and views in this area. And we understand that, the housing shortage that's been in this, in Hendersonville, and we hope, to be able to, help that with the adding of the multifamily and residential. We're very much trying to work with the local authorities on making this as connectable as possible to downtown with, hopefully we're able to work through some type, through the Conserving Carolinas, a hike and bike trail. Like Mike said, we would have a bridge down by that bayou where it connects over to Jackson Park to make it where it'd be very accessible either by walking or by bike to downtown area. And we're very excited about the project and feel like it would be just a wonderful benefit to this area. Thank you. I don't know if John wants to go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I'm John Kennard, the engineer for this project. My primary responsibilities would be anything grading, erosion control, stormwater, and utility design. A lot of what I was going to speak on has already been touched on by Mr. Manley, but just wanted to give a quick overview of the site, and then certainly will be available for any detailed questions that anybody may have. I think everybody's aware of the location, but it's about a mile east of downtown, bordered on the west by Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, to the north by Tracy Grove, and to the south by Jackson Park. The site is approximately 162 acres. Most of that is currently pastured condition. I'd say probably less than 20% of the site is forested. There are, of course, large areas of wetlands and open water on the site, all of which will be preserved, and you'll be hearing about that a little bit later. This is a preliminary site plan, but we have looked at the utility design and the stormwater design. We do have allocations from the city for both water and sewer, so there is capacity for that. You heard a little bit about some of our concessions with the stormwater. We've agreed to go above and beyond the city ordinances and detain not just the 10-year storm, but the 25-year storm as well. We're providing voluntary buffers on all the wetlands, which is not required in the ordinance. Also, I think this is very important and has been a big question. We're going to have very minimal disturbance anywhere in the floodplain. Although disturbance of the floodplain is allowed, we're trying to stay almost completely out of it. Really, the only disturbance would be just for a couple of underground utility connections and the greenways and walking paths that you've already heard about. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rob Dull for some details on the site plans, but again, I'll be available for questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Rob Dull. I'm a landscape architect with SiteWorks Studios, and we worked with Brooks Engineering on the master planning and layout of this project. So just a couple things I wanted to touch on from what Matthew Manley said from the staff report on consistency with the comprehensive plan are items such as the open space. If you see as proposed, we're at 86%, which is significantly more than what is required. And as John said, I think what you'll see as we sort of tell you more about the project is we're not cutting all the ordinance levels like right at the bare minimums. So open space, again, 86%, and the comment had come up like, well, what if you took out the pond because you couldn't really develop that? It still puts us at 72%. So we have tried to take a low impact sort of design ethos on the entire project. Other things, you know, out of the open space, it's largely protecting all of the areas identified as the high quality spaces and high biodiversity areas. You'll get to hear from Conserving Carolina on that as well. Mr. Keller mentioned amenity spaces, and you can see, let me figure out how to do the zoom on this. Oh, there we go, good. So ample space in between these buildings, and then we have the buffer, you have the wetland, and then we have the buffer, and then we've got even more open space between that and any of the development. So you end up with these little pocket park areas between any of the floodplain so that anyone in this neighborhood is going to have access to open space very close to their actual home site, which is not that typical in traditional neighborhood development these days. So we feel strongly that that's a great plus for this. And then again, you've heard sidewalks, access to the greenway and park. Another thing I want to touch on is the landscape requirements. Right now, we have 62.6% of the trees preserved. That's all trees 12 inches and above. We're removing 124 trees, but we're planting 314 trees. So you're getting a net gain of 190 trees there. I also want to mention that, you know, we're not required to plant street trees throughout this whole project, but we have elected to plant street trees along every one of our interior roads. And then above and beyond that, there are 84 additional deciduous and evergreen landscape trees planted. We agreed to buffer between any areas multifamily and single family, which primarily happens right up on this edge with Wilmot and this space. And also have agreed to modify parking that happens right down, and you can see this red. So on this map, everything red was tree removal, green was existing trees to remain. So we've also agreed to relook at the parking here because there's a section of trees above the pond that potentially can be saved. We also want to be careful too. We're currently at a spot where we have 465 required parking spots for the ordinance. We're at 515, so we can afford to lose some parking. But we also don't want to lose so many, because if you underpark a project, that also becomes troublesome for tenants and emergency services. Other things, on the Sun study was mentioned, we're asking 46-foot maximum building height. You know, we did the required study from the ordinance to show that, and again, these are really those two buildings that are up here that border residential in Wilmont. So did the full studies as required to show that we are not producing any shade pollution on any neighboring properties. So again, I think just giving you a little bit more information and some real data on Matthew's report. And again, happy to answer any questions.
My name is David Hyder, and I'm the traffic engineer of record for the project. I'm the engineering director at JMT Engineering, and the office address is 1155 North Main Street, Waynesville, North Carolina. I'd like to thank Mr. Manley for his presentation on the TIA. He's done a very good job with that, and I'm just going to try and sort of hit the high points and reprise those for you. We scoped both your ordinance and NCDOT's policy requires a TIA for this development, which means that we were required to work with your city staff and the North Carolina Department of Transportation to scope the project. There are several points of concurrence that we all have to agree to before we can go forward. One of them is the background growth rate, which we agreed to at 1%. The second is the land use, which is 160 single-family dwelling units and 300 apartment units, and that generates, as Mr. Manley said, a little over 3,200 vehicles a day. We agreed on the site plan. Now, the site plan has changed about 3 times during the project, so that gave us all some headaches going forward. But we have managed to work through those. We agreed on the intersections to be studied, and the intersections we studied are Access 1, which is on the west side of the project in Tracy Grove Road, the Wilmot Drive, I apologize, and Access number 2, Wilmot Drive and Tracy Grove and Dana Road and Martin Luther King or US 64, and Dana and 7th Avenue. The key findings of this are, of the study, sort of in words of one syllable, that there is no systematic decline in level of service. The level of service before and after the project are essentially the same. There are some changes in the queue lengths, particularly at Tracy Grove, the turn from Dana Grove onto Tracy Grove Road, and that is the reason for a 200-foot turn lane there and revising the signal. There's also the need for safety purposes to add a turn lane at Tracy Grove and Wilmot Drive, a right turn lane as you come up the hill. And coming back from the east at Access 1, there needs to be a left turn lane. The original study had both of those turn lanes at the Access number 1. And I'd like to sort of take you through an example of the trips, if you please. You see that basically working down the list, and I've only taken the PM peak period traffic for the simple reason that generally is the worst case. If we can handle the peak period, we can generally handle everything else. Access 1 is on the eastern side of the project and goes to Tracy Grove. It's that 30-foot right-of-way that my colleagues have talked about and Mr. Manley has talked about. Based on the existing traffic splits, which we don't believe will change, about half of the traffic will exit Access 1 and about half of the traffic will access through Access 2. What that means is the people on Access 1 will be generally going east of I-26, and the folks off Access 2 and Wilmot Drive will be headed back towards town. If you come out of Tracy Grove Road, or come out of Access 1 and onto Tracy Grove Road, if you turn right, and you turn right, we'll expect about 47% of the traffic to turn right, and that would be about 135 vehicles during the peak period. 84 of those people will be inbound, which is what accounts for that needed left turn. When you turn across the traffic, you're going to need that extra space. The outbound turning back towards 26 will be 51 vehicles an hour. Sorry. Following that logic, we're only putting about, from out of Access 1, only putting about 8 trips a day in the PM going east and west, 5 inbound and 3 outbound. And basically, what that means is there are a few people who will live close enough to Access 1 that it's worth their while to go to Access 1 to get in and out of the neighborhood. Working down the other side, again, we have 144 trips going basically towards town. A few people, again, will be coming to and from the I-26 area, about 8 inbound and about 6 outbound. That amounts to 14. Again, that's because there are some people that are going to live much closer to basically the Wilmot Drive access. The majority of those people, 130 trips, are going to go down Wilmot Road. We'll get an inbound travel of 81 trips a day, which is coming from town, turning from Dana onto Tracy, and turning off of Tracy and onto Wilmot, and about 49 outbound. Now that's the reason that there is a need for that right turn lane at the corner of Wilmot and Tracy Grove. We've also got, as I mentioned earlier, or as was mentioned before, that 200-foot turn lane onto Tracy. Access 1, we expect to be 1 lane inbound and a shared outbound left and right turn lane, and the same at Wilmot onto Tracy. The other thing that I believe the development team has agreed to is to, as Mr. Manley said, is to improve Wilmot Drive to a minor thoroughfare, basically to a minor thoroughfare. One thing that is out there is that it's very likely that the right-of-way on Tracy Grove Road is limited. It may be what NCDOT calls a maintenance right-of-way, and that's the reason for the other condition that was discussed earlier. Internally, they're providing sidewalks on both sides of all the streets, which allows safe pedestrian activity. Speeds are low. There's also 2 access points to allow fire department access for public safety. And that is the end of my discussion of this, unless there's some questions.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is Tom Vonzo, Land Protection Director at Conserving Carolina. Our office is located at 847 Case Street here in Hendersonville. I'm delighted to be here this evening, and first let me start by saying we are a land conservancy. We depend on city staff, city volunteers, and elected officials such as yourself to determine whether or not the upland portion of the site should be developed. So we depend on your leadership on this issue. We haven't been concerned over the years so much with the upland, which it does look nice. It has trees. There is some wildlife habitat there, but it's a type of habitat that is common over our service area. We have been much more concerned since our founding in 1994 with the floodplain area. So I thought I would just walk you through the Conservancy's interest in the floodplain along Bat Fork Creek. Going back to the early 2000s, I learned about this during the last request for rezoning, and that was for the assisted health care facility. Many of our members were concerned about that development on the upland, and they gathered in the conference room in our office when we were over on Washington Street next to the public library. And someone who has sat in one of these chairs, Mary Jo Paget, showed up. Mary Jo at that time was executive director of ECO, the Environmental Conservation Organization for Henderson County. They since merged with a larger organization called Mountain True. But they were independent then. And Mary Jo said, Tom, I have something to share with you. ECO had obtained a grant from what was then called the North Carolina Clean Water Management Trust Fund to conserve part of this property. As I recall, this is from memory, but I remember sitting down with Mary Jo in our conference room. It was an area focused around what is popularly known as Four Seasons Swamp. That's what I was taught to call it. And ECO had gone so far as to spend money on a boundary survey to delineate the legal description of the conservation easement. They had done a biological baseline study. So these are expenses that you don't enter into unless you think you're going to conserve land. And then the landowner, as we say, as you sometimes hear people in real estate say, the landowner crawfished. The landowner decided that was not in the landowner's best interest and declined to conserve a portion of the land. And ECO was very disappointed. Mary Jo, I still remember the disappointment she felt that they had lost that opportunity. Through no fault of ECO's, I don't think it's anyone's fault. I think the landowner just decided this wasn't right. At that time, we reached out to the landowner again at we were called Carolina Mountain Land Conservancy then. And the landowner did not respond to us. We reached out to the party that was proposing the assisted health care facility. Their assurance to us was, oh, you don't need to worry, it's going to look nice, whatever quote-unquote nice means. And nice can look nice. Nice can be a mown lawn that looks beautiful, but from ecological perspective, it doesn't have a lot of what we call ecological function. There's not a lot going on there from the perspective of the environment. I'm not saying we don't need lawns. We do need lawns. But some places are better left in a more natural condition or allowed to return to a natural condition. So then after the healthcare facility went away, I think someone connected with a local real estate agency had it under contract. I don't want to mention the name because that's a hazy memory of a newspaper story. And then that contract fell away, and now here we are today. Again, we're depending on you folks to determine if a development on the upland here is in the best interest of the community. We have full faith and confidence in you, and we know that's a hard decision to make with a lot of the comments we've heard about this development. But this is the first time we've had a real opportunity to work on what we call the restoration and enhancement of the floodplain community. So if you look at the aerial photographs of this property over the past few decades, it's been cattle pasture, except for the inundated swamp. I mean, the cattle, we didn't see cattle in there much, but there were cattle over most of this property. And to create better grazing for the cattle, although still not fantastic grazing, they ditched the floodplain and they ditched the wetlands. So now what you have are linear ditches. You can clearly see them in the aerial photo or just by going out there. And that allowed the grass to grow and become a better forage for the cattle. And of course the cattle don't wear diapers, and so the cattle were, the manure was contaminating surface water and impacting the water quality of Bat Fork and ultimately Mud Creek, which has, it's on the EPA 303D list of impaired waters. So we didn't know Mike Washburn. We got a phone call. I got a phone call from Mike Washburn, and he said, I was told I should give you a call. He had put the property under contract, and at that time, what he was proposing to do was to just give us everything in the 100-year floodplain. So there'd be everything from 100-year floodplain line down to Bat Fork Creek. And that was his suggestion, not ours, which was great, except that if he did that, if he lost title to it, then he could not develop the upland as densely as he's proposing. So upon reflection, the decision was we'll partner with Conserving Carolina to do restoration and enhancement of this floodplain community. We have a great deal of confidence in our relationship with Mr. Washburn. I can say that truthfully, to the extent that we filed an application with what is now called the North Carolina Land and Water Fund, formerly the Clean Water Management Trust Fund that Mary Jo applied to so many years ago. And we're seeking almost $500,000 for this restoration and enhancement. Now, that's important because these terms are used loosely. There is some restoration that needs to happen because there are some ditches that need to be rectified. There's some channelization that occurred. But our engineer, because we don't do this ourselves, we have a contract engineer. His name is Greg Jennings. He's retired faculty at NC State University. He's trained many of the wetland restoration engineers operating in the Southeast today. After his career at NC State, he started his own engineering firm. We're very fortunate to work with him. And he's currently authoring, under contract with us, a Bat Fork floodplain management plan so that we can conserve more land and restore more land in the Bat Fork watershed. Greg's a great guy. He went out, he evaluated the stormwater controls. We provided him with the same plans that you're looking at. He went on site. It's of his opinion that the stormwater controls are sound for the type of restoration and enhancement that we will do. The other thing Greg has reported to us from his visits to the site is, yeah, the wetlands are linear now, but they're wetlands. They are not what Mother Nature gave us, but they're in decent condition. And with some more enhancement where we go in, we might put in some ditch plugs, which are just basically impermeable clay plugs that will back up the water more, store more water during flood events, and lessen flood impacts downstream. Enhancement also means, and this is extremely important to us, that we will go in and manage non-native invasive species and plant native species in this floodplain. We will be planting thousands of live stakes, which will develop into trees that are suitable for this type of environment. That would all come with the grant funding. The grant funding, the application's pending. We won't know from the Land and Water Fund until September 14th. They will make a decision. But they require us to submit at least a signed letter of intent from the owner that we'll be working with, and better would be an option contract. Mr. Washburn isn't the owner of this property. He won't become the owner until he finds out what happens with his development proposal. So we don't know if what's going to happen on the upland is a good idea or a bad idea. Again, that's up to you. But we do know that what we've been discussing with Mr. Washburn for the floodplain is a very good idea, and it will be very good for the environment and for property owners downstream. It will also be good for the people of the state of North Carolina, because bordering this property there in the southeastern corner, there's a short connection there, is a state rare plant conservation preserve. It's managed by a part of the Department of Agriculture, the State Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, called the Plant Conservation Program. They're really good folks, overworked as always, but there has been a preserve there because there's some extremely rare plants growing there in a bog. And a bog is a type of community that we think used to be on this so-called Washburn tract, that it lapped over, but then with the channelization and the ditching, we lost it. We do not know because we haven't done the planning. We're not going to do the planning until we have a grant to pay for the planning, so we can't put the cart before the horse. I've been asked, well, we want to see the plan. We'll have the plan when we have the grant, and that's just the way that works, folks. But we have gut instincts, and so the gut instinct of not only Leslie Stark, who is the executive director of the Plant Conservation Program in Raleigh, the gut instinct of Greg Jennings, our engineer, and just our own horse sense at the Conservancy is that we can recreate bog habitat that will allow those rare plant populations to expand on this property. And that would be a great thing. I'm not comfortable telling you what species are there. Maybe you can find out that information from another source. I'm sorry for that, but they're on the federally endangered species list. There has been a problem with plant poaching there in the past, where collectors come in and get it for their personal collections. That is what we intend to do. Closer to the development, I'll just fill this out, where it's going to be a little bit drier. It's still going to be moist, but drier. Greg has put into his concept plan a provision for pollinator plantings. These would be mowed yearly or biannually to create pollinator habitat, which will be a good thing for Hendersonville, after all, is a Bee City USA, and I was present at the council city meeting when the city became a Bee City USA, and the council adopted that resolution. Unless there are questions, those are my remarks for you today. Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, I think I'm the last presenter in this section of the public hearing. My name is Brian Golden. I'm an attorney with Van Winkle Law Firm. We have offices in Asheville and in Hendersonville. I work primarily out of the Asheville office, but do a majority of my work for developers in Henderson County, including Hendersonville. First, I want to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you and thank Mr. Manley for the wonderful job that he did in making the presentation for our case. It does, in fact, make our presentation much easier. He laid out a wonderful set of facts. You've heard now from the developer, from the engineer, from the landscape architect, from the traffic engineer, and from Conserving Carolina. Unfortunately, the last person you want to hear from is the lawyer. So I'll try to be brief. But in my final summation, I just want to bring back full circle why we're here, right? The legislature of North Carolina said that under 160D 703, municipalities have the right to conditionally zone property. And that's what we're here doing. Conditionally zoning a piece of property is not just a general zone, like an industrial zone. It is a zoning district that you zone for a specific purpose. And what we have is this specific purpose of 300 multifamily residential units and 160 owner-occupied residential units. And what the legislature has said in the 160D statutes, in specific 160D 605, is that this board looks at two things when it is making its determination. Now, you can look at a lot of other things and consider a lot of other factors, but the legislature said you've got to look at two aspects of it. Is it consistent with the comprehensive or the long-range plan, and is it reasonable? And the statute talks about reasonableness, right? It talks about consistency and public interest and the attributes of the land, and we're going to go into all of that. But it's important to know that also Hendersonville, through its zoning ordinance, Article 7, Section 7.4, talks about conditional zoning district, and that specific zoning district looks at the zoning's requests compliance with the goals and objectives and implementation strategies of the comprehensive plan. And so what I want to do is take a little bit of time to talk about the comprehensive plan, and I promise I'll make it short. But the comprehensive plan is not a regulatory document, right? It's not like the zoning ordinance, which is the rule of the land. It is more of a guide for future land use and development and provides the basis for decision making and problem solving. It uses the goals and objectives that you all had established for the long-term prosperity of Hendersonville up into 2023. And in essence, it allows city staff and the policymakers to use the plan as a framework to guide development. Also, developers use the plan to identify where various forms of development will be supported by the city, and most importantly, citizens can use the plan to understand how growth will affect them. You all have a comprehensive plan, a 2030 comprehensive plan that's broken up into chapters. Mr. Manley did a wonderful job talking about each one of those chapters. And in your chapters, you have goals that you want to accomplish and the strategies that you want to use to accomplish those goals. And Mr. Manley pointed out several of the goals that are relevant in each one of your chapters of the comprehensive plan. And so in population and housing, goal number 2 that the city of Hendersonville wants is to encourage a wide range of housing types and price points in order to meet the diverse and evolving needs of current and future residents. And so you heard the team that's working with Mr. Keller and Mr. Washburn talk about the housing opportunities of multifamily and owner-owned occupied homes, wherein there could be a community in which you can move from single-family residential to the multifamily residential or vice versa. We talked a little bit about the Housing Assistance Corporation, which will be purchasing 6 of the lots there to use for their affordable housing. We've also agreed with them, and it wasn't included in this, that those specific lots wouldn't be subject to any annual assessments of an HOA. Of course, through this subdivision, we would establish a homeowner association to care for some of the open and common area. Covenants regulate those homeowner associations. And so for the physical characteristics, like you can't park your car in your front yard, those lots would still be subject to the use regulations, but they would not be subject to the annual assessments. And why is that? Because Mr. Washburn and Mr. Keller are doing everything that they can to make it as affordable as possible, so that the Housing Assistance Corporation likes this idea and takes us up on it, and I do believe that they've already committed if this is approved. As goal 3 in population and housing is to promote a safe and walkable neighborhood. Mr. Manley did a very nice job, thank you again, and Mr. Kennard talked about, and Mr. Washburn and Mr. Keller talked about the walkability. There's going to be sidewalks on both sides of the street. The idea is to connect this development with Jackson Park, and as you all know, once you get to Jackson Park, you can come anywhere downtown. And when you're downtown, if you live in this community, the idea would be able to get you back to your community without the use of an automobile, right? And what has the automobile done for our society in general? It has allowed us to grow outward, right? It has allowed us to expand and have this uncontrolled growth outward. What we're planning on doing here is bringing it all back into the town, right? We want to bring people back in close to where the resources are, the working environment in downtown Hendersonville, the services that are provided on 64, all of which are going to be connected to this little community. So that's another goal that I think that we satisfied as it relates to population and housing. You have a chapter on natural and environmental resources with goal number 1, to preserve environmentally sensitive areas in order to protect the water resources. Mr. Fonslow just talked about conserving Carolina, and that Bat Fork's been channelized, and that Mud Creek is on a environmentally endangered list. Again, we are committed to, as the developer, we are committed to imposing restrictions on the use and the development of not only the floodplain, but the area that is delineated up there, this entire area in the hashed. And then this open water. So we're committed to preserving that area, working with Conserving Carolina to make sure that it is conserved, allow them, with our assistance, to do any restoration of the bog that was down there, and or the restoration of any wetlands. Also, goal number 2 in the natural and environmental resources is to provide a variety of quality open spaces that can be used for recreation. Mr. Dahl, the landscape architect, he came up in flip-flops, that's how you remember him, which I thought was great. He talked about quality open space. He talked about the distance between the multifamily buildings where there's going to be a clubhouse and a swimming pool, areas that are going to be used to gather, areas that are going to be used to build a sense of community. You'll have a community of multifamily residential users, you'll have a single-family residential users, and together they'll have children, they'll have this wonderful sense of community if this development is approved. In that community, there are going to be a significant amount of open spaces where laughter will abound. One of your other chapters in your long-range plan is community facilities, and goal number 1 and 4 are to promote parks, the parks within Hendersonville City to the citizens so as to increase the utilization. Again, there's been plenty of discussion about the idea of connectivity between this development with Jackson Park and then Jackson Park into downtown. I mean, that is just a wonderful opportunity for new residents in this area to utilize Jackson Park. It's also a wonderful opportunity for anyone to just look at and get the benefit of the beauty that will be conserved of this wetland and of the open body of water. So I would contend, well, I would say that the community, the goals number 1 and 4 in community facility would be satisfied. Goal number 6 is to encourage open space within each neighborhood. And Mr. Dole talked about that. Mr. Keller, Mr. Washburn talked about that. You have another chapter, transportation and circulation. As one of its goals is goal 3, and that is to provide a safe and efficient roadway system that meets adequate levels of service. Mr. Hyder, Dave Hyder, the traffic engineer, just came up and talked about flow in and out of the site, and even off-site. What I will say to this board, off-site, at the intersection of Dana Road and Tracy Grove Road, the developer has committed to creating a right turn lane off of Dana so that you can travel east on Tracy Grove Road. So a right turn lane with a 200-foot of stacking or taper. I think the city's consultant recommended that, and I think without hesitation we said, yep, we're willing to do that. The other two mitigation Mr. Hyder talked about is a right turn off of Tracy Grove onto Wilmot. Two things about that. We're going to expand Wilmot so that it meets the subdivision in the long-range plans definition of a minor thoroughfare. And that is to have a 70-foot dedicated right-of-way. Now, that's not paved. That was a concern that somebody had, that we're going to pave 70 feet. It's not. We're going to dedicate the right-of-way for whatever right-of-way needs to be used. You can put in your utilities, underground, overground, but it's going to be 70-foot right-of-way, and within that right-of-way it was proposed to put 2 lanes of travel, 12 lanes each with sidewalk on one side. Of course, the side that we have control over. We can't put it on anybody else's side, so we would put it on our side. And that would be the side where the Housing Assistance Corporation would be building their affordable housing. So again, that promotes connectivity with those individuals where they can use a sidewalk, connect up with the main entrance of the development, walk all the way through that into Jackson Park, play baseball, ride their bike, scooter, mom, dad can go to work. And so I think that is a wonderful, wonderful accomplishment, a goal that would be achieved with the approval of this. And now there's another chapter, it's called Land Use and Development. And goal number 6 in the Land Use and Development provides a transition area while providing a wide range of housing formats. And do I have my slides? I just want to run through a little bit about the long-range plan and how we accomplish this goal. I brought some slides. I am more of a paper guy. I hand out paper. And I did bring some paper in case the slides don't work that we can walk through. Like a Boy Scout, always be prepared. If the council would give me a second just to go
Before you start class.
get the papers, copy, so I can hand them out.
Like a teacher, you always check your tech before class starts.
And we'll just do it this way, guys. I'm good with that. Yeah. And so I put this packet together because I want to really focus on the land use development part of this, which is a big aspect, which is a big part of the comprehensive plan. And the first slide it's not a slide, the first page that you'll see has the property highlighted in blue and marked with an X. And the reason that that's important is because under Hendersonville's land use development chapter of its comprehensive plan, it is denoted, this property is denoted as development opportunity. So it's not, Mr. Manley was correct, it's not as denoted as agricultural preservation area. It is in fact, Hendersonville was indicating to the developers, to the community, and to the citizens that this is a piece of property that is subject to and proposed for development opportunities. The next map that I have, the colored map, has the same parcel. It's highlighted with the star. And you'll see the hash marks in green. That's the natural resources, and that's the floodplain, or strike that. That is, it is the floodplain, but it's also the wetland. But the orange indicates medium intensity neighborhood. And as was indicated earlier, medium intensity neighborhood are those neighborhoods developed with a density of 2 units to 8 units per acre. This development is just at that density level. I believe we would be at 2.8 units per acre. But yet, it's still a medium intensity neighborhood. The next page talks about, from the land use plan, what is the intent of a medium intensity neighborhood. And the intent is to provide a wide range of housing formats and price points, providing a walkable neighborhood design. One of its primary purposes is single-family attached and detached residential, with a secondary purpose of multi-family residential along roadways designated as boulevards. And one of the issues that we ran into in the planning board is the word along roadways designated as boulevard or major thoroughfares. And if you'll see the next slide, does indicate in the long-range plan what is a major thoroughfare and what is a boulevard. And you'll see I've highlighted the property and marked it with a red X. And it is, in fact, the property subject to this development petition is, in fact, along a boulevard. That boulevard is 64, Four Seasons Boulevard. And so it does satisfy that medium density requirement of the development being along a boulevard. Now, the next page talks about access, and that's important because access and location are different. And so it's located along the boulevard. Why? Because that's an opportunity for people to see it. That's where you want it. You don't want it far removed from a major artery or a road corridor. But access is something different. And so location, I contend we satisfy. An accent to the planned residential development shall be by means of a boulevard or a thoroughfare, major or minor. And again, the prior slide, the prior picture shows that our access will be along Tracy Grove Road, which Hendersonville, in its long-range plan, has indicated as a minor thoroughfare. And so we have the one access to the furthest to the east, which is that smaller 30-foot access or 30-foot right-of-way access. That's off of Tracy Grove Road. We have committed to improving Wilmont to the standard of a minor thoroughfare, and once that is improved, access to the development will be off of that minor thoroughfare. So we satisfy that access. One of the other conditions for land use development for medium density residential is that it be located or surrounded by or adjacent to property that is zoned R15, R10, or R6. The next slide shows that. It is a slide that shows the location of the proposed development surrounded by R15 property. And why is that? Because the R15 allows that more dense development. The issue that we had the last time was in debating between the land use plan and its mandates and the subdivision ordinance. And the subdivision ordinance, just like the zoning ordinance, is the regulatory ordinance. It's the law. It's what your staff has to follow. The long-range plan are the goals, the aspirations of the community. And again, so I just listed out goal LU6, land use number 6, that talks about limited multifamily residential along roadways designated as boulevards, which we satisfy. But access again, is by a minor or major thoroughfare. And why is that? Is because on the last slide, I printed off a section of the subdivision ordinance that talks about access to lots. And it says, in a case where a tract or site abuts an expressway or boulevard is proposed for a subdivision, residential or otherwise, all lots created shall maintain sufficient frontage on a different street, either pre-existing or created, so that direct access to the lots need not be provided by the expressway or boulevard. And so by having this proposed development along 64, along Four Seasons Boulevard, but having its access off of Tracy Grove and Wilmot, we not only satisfy the long-range plan, the land use plan, but we satisfy what the specific regulatory document, the subdivision ordinance, requires. And so as we went through, and I'm sorry I've probably taken too long, and I apologize, but it's important to understand that, of course, this council looks at the development's compliance with the land use plan as it relates to those specific chapters. I contend that we have satisfied all of those chapters. Now, just briefly, I did talk about a little bit about the reasonableness statement. Of course, this board knows that when adopting a petition to rezone a map amendment, a statement analyzing the reasonableness of the proposed rezoning shall be approved by the governing board. And the board can look at the attributes of the area to be rezoned, the benefits and the detriments to the landowners, the relationship between what could have happened and what is asking to be happened, whether the action taken is in the public interest, and any changed conditions. And just briefly on those reasonableness stations, when you look at the attributes of the proposed development, I think it satisfies all of the long-range plans. The attributes allow for conservation, allow for connectivity, it allows for community. And so the attributes, I think, and it allows for clustering of the development and protection of open space. So I believe that is reasonable. I think that's a reasonable ask, and it would be a good statement to have this council use to pass this ordinance. Also talks about benefits to landowners and neighbors in the surrounding community. Again, it's a medium density neighborhood where it's allowed in the long-range plan. It allows access through its sidewalk systems to Jackson Park and to downtown. It allows for biking, and it also allows for conservation. Why is that important? For two reasons: because of public interest, but because, as Tom Fonslow said, the preservation of that area is good for the downstream neighbors. He spoke in detail about the cattles, but preservation of that area is good for the downstream area. So it benefits landowners, neighbors in the surrounding communities. It also fills the housing gap that Mr. Manley talked about earlier in the presentation. That too is another area of public interest. So it fills that housing gap. It preserves the area for the betterment of the downstream neighbors. And then the current permissible developments, as Mr. Manley indicated, that the prior zoning ordinance was on 28.47 acres for a skilled care facility, an assisted living facility, 2 condominium buildings, 3 independent living buildings, and 14 duplex units, all within that area. That is on 28 acres. That is very dense, a lot of impervious surface with no conservation efforts. So in closing, what I would say is, I believe through the testimony of the individuals that came up here, through the city staff, We have satisfied those elements of the long-range plan. We have also proposed reasonable reasons. Well, reasonable reasons why it should be approved. And with that, I would ask you to approve it. And then we would just ask for if there's any questions afterwards or a chance for rebuttal, just like the opportunity to come back up, but hopefully not. But thank you for your opportunity, or thank you for listening and your attention, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about this fantastic project.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have questions for any of the presenters? No? All right. Madam Clerk, has this public hearing been advertised in accordance with general statutes?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, we will open this public hearing. Is there anyone present who would like to comment on this rezoning? If you would come forward and, Sullivan had her hand up first. If you would come forward and, yeah, okay. You need to give your name and address for the clerk's record, please.
Hello, my name's June Miller, 17 Eagle Ridge
Can
Lane.
you speak up just a little bit more?
My name's June Miller, 17 Eagle Ridge Lane, Flat Rock. Thank you for listening. And first, I would like to say that everything really looks good on paper until you have to deal with it on a daily basis. So we're talking about this general community, but we're not looking at Airport Road, South Allen Road. They both empty onto Tracy Grove Road. South Allen Road, you just approved 263 units for Waterleaf. That includes maybe 500, maybe more cars coming just from that, 2,500 students that are coming South Allen to Tracy Grove, and plus the hospice and the rehabilitation center. It all empties onto Tracy Grove. So with all the talk about the access and the trees and the echo, you have to consider the current residents. I mean, if I was a person and I just bought a piece of property on Tracy Grove Road, and I find out I have 460 neighbors coming in, how would they know? You can't go by the comprehensive plan because it changes so quickly. And everyone that does buy a piece of property or a home should be supplied with the comprehensive plan. But I don't know how often that happens. It doesn't, but it should. Because I'd like to know what's happening around me, which if I would have known Waterleaf was going in, I probably wouldn't have wanted to live there. So all that traffic, plus where are the schools? 460 new units, where they have to be children that are going to be living there. Where are they going? It's just, it doesn't seem like it's a fit in that area. So far this year, aside from Waterleaf at 263 units, Universal at Lakewood, 200, Duncan Hill Road, 154, Palisades, 282, Providence Wharf, Half Moon, Greenville Highway, Apple Ridge. It's saturating our area. I have relatives that come and say, what a nice place, except the traffic is terrible. And I don't know the purpose of being able to walk to Four Seasons because you could get killed that way. But I don't know who does the traffic assessments, but it's all speculation. You can't tell how many people are going to be in that area. Absolutely not. Because you don't know how many cars 460 units have coming out to winding Tracy Grove Road. It looks good. The planning looks nice. And if you have to do those alterations with echo, in that area, is it really a good fit? I mean, truly, I don't think that the current residents are being looked after. I mean, I don't know how much you want to saturate this area, because it isn't a comprehensive plan, it's a saturation plan, I think. That's just my opinion. But there's been a lot of building. I don't think we're in need of more housing. I really don't. And if we are, that winding road is not the place for it. So, just my thoughts. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Yeah, in the back, Lynn. You.
They've asked me to speak after. They've asked me to speak after them.
Okay. All right.
Madam Mayor and Council, thank you. This is really enlightening.
If you could give your name and address for the...
Diane Rhodes, 323 Blythe Street in Hendersonville.
Thank you.
Yeah, I used to have a small farm on Walnut Cove Road, but I live in the city now, and I have for the past 22 years. I'm LEED certified, I'm a grower, a gardener, and I'm not opposed to development, but I am opposed to development on prime farmland. And I'm aware of the legacy, the history of that land in particular. You know, as Bo Thomas's land where his family lived, and, you know, it's unusual to have that amount of land in the city. When I walked up there, I'd heard about this, and I'm kind of a thing about soil, protective about it. And as I walked that land and saw the amazing landscape and the bog, I thought, this is a great development. And in all respect, I think you've done a great job developing, but not on prime farmland. I'm very appreciative that people are making comprehensive developments for more housing. I know we need more housing, but not on prime farmland. And the idea of it being affordable housing, it added up, according to my math, to 2%, which in and of itself isn't a big deal, but don't call it affordable housing. And when it was originally zoned from farmland to development, it was 26 acres and a lot less development, where there was a whole stretch of farmland that would stay farmland. Then I thought, wow, according to the thing I read, the goal NR4, preserve Hendersonville's agricultural resources in order to maintain a rich heritage and promote locally grown food. I thought, that's brilliant. I so wish that we'd be visionary and have some vibrant plan where we'd invite Blue Ridge Community College, or, I mean, heck, this is the home of Mother Earth News, and Chip Holm, who brought in the most amazing agricultural program for Blue Ridge Community College. And something to involve that sense of sustainable agriculture up there, it would be amazing. But it seems like, and I was so naive thinking that this was not quite as formidable as it is. It almost sounds like a done deal. But I do think they can call it medium density. That looks like high density to me. And I know enough to know about how drainage, I tried to find a hydrology report. I tried to see if there was something from Fish and Wildlife, something that would make me feel a bit more confident about this. I called Carolina, Conserving Carolina, and a few places. I really wish I had more trust in how this would work out in the long term. I so appreciate the opportunity to just express this much, and thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Okay.
My name is Julie Connor, and I live at 106 Boyd Hill Drive. Thank you for hearing us tonight. I have a question, and I have no idea who can answer it, but it is about the TIA, because I know that it was stated in the TIA that 80% of the cars would be using the exit that I call it the Easler exit. It's the exit that's near the Easler property. How did they come up with that figure when the apartments are on the totally opposite side? How are 80% going to go out that way? So I have no idea where the answer to that is. And also about the 200-foot right-of-way from Dana onto Tracy Grove, if you're there on that road, there is a culvert on the right, and there is the Thompson property on the left that is a ditch, and it floods when we get a lot of rain. Several times a year, it will flood through there. So I don't know if there's enough room. Has a study been done that they can actually put in a 200-foot right-of-way? My concern is you're going to place a vote tonight, yes or no, but there are things that we don't know if can even be accomplished that need to be. The way I understand is for multifamily homes, they have to be on a major thoroughfare. And as the attorney said, they've checked that box because a part of the property, and it's a small part of the property, backs up to 64. It's an unusable part of the property. How in the world that's considered checking that box off, I don't know. If they want to say that that is what they're calling checking that off and they've met that requirement, then how about a bridge from the property over to 64 to keep this traffic off of Tracy Grove, off of Wilmot and off of Tracy Grove? Because they're wanting to use 64 when it benefits them to meet that requirement, but it's not actually coming into play with this, in my opinion. So anyway, I'm just wondering, can a bridge be built from the property over to 64 so we can ease the traffic burden on Wilmot and Tracy Grove? Let's see. This is just a question also, and I know this is not a make or break thing, just kind of something I'm thinking ahead about. Are there going to be street lights? Because we already see Jackson Park lights, and they're really bright. And I'm not complaining. It's fine. I chose to buy property there. But this is really going to light up. Like, are we going to know if it's night or day out there if all these lights are on along with the Jackson Park lights? The walkability seems to be a big factor, and that's great. There will be walkability in the development if it gets passed, but there are already people that walk on Tracy Grove Road and Dana Road and make it quite dangerous, and now we're going to add potentially all these more cars to an area where people are walking without sidewalks already. They're walking on the edge of the road. And also, one thing, and I know this, I've asked maybe Matt or maybe Jim Robertson, I don't know, about how they come up with the figure that this is a medium density, but I realize they're using the whole 160 acres in figuring that. But actually, the units, the homes and the apartment units are only going to be built on 54.8, and I realize that is written somewhere that they can figure it that way. But if you look at 460 homes, units, whatever you want to call them, on 54 acres, that's 11.9 units per acre. But as the attorney stated, it was originally, I think, approved for assisted living, condos, and several other things. And he said on 28 acres. Well, how do we use 28 acres one time, but when it comes to Washburn tract, we have to use the whole 160? So I just want to be fair about things and make sure that people get the complete facts. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Good evening. I'm Stephanie Sawyer of 223 Wilmot Drive. I have some concerns about why this project doesn't meet the requirements. Our neighborhood around Wilmot is single-story homes that were built in the 50s. We're medium density. This project would be high density. Twice I have told the planning board that the two buildings that are in our neighborhood that he's calling multifamily, they're not multifamily. One unit or one property that's owned by some brothers is 4 units in 2 buildings. That's a total of 8. I doubt they're going to develop. It's been there for 50 years. Another building that has been called multifamily is not multifamily. It is the East Wind Apartments. They are HUD provided. They are 30 units for elderly and disabled, and they already offer affordable housing. I know a person that lives there that has a brain injury, and she said her apartment's $200 a month. I think that neither one of these would develop, obviously. East Winds isn't going to, and like I said, the other 2 buildings aren't. They're both 50 years old. I don't think either one of them could be classified multifamily with comparing 8 units to 300 apartments. I think it satisfies the requirement that it already offers in our neighborhood affordable housing through the East Wind Apartments. And the comp plan also says it recommends no new multifamily units on minor thoroughfares. This was a part of the denial process at the first application. That was listed as a reason not to pass it. And the other reason was no affordable housing offered. Okay, I want to talk about ordinances for a minute. Article 1, Section 10-3, protection of squirrels. The whole forest on this property, I would say an acre and a half, the trees, it's a white squirrel sanctuary, and that's what this article protects. It says they shall not be hunted, they shall not be killed. That's their sanctuary. They come in my yard and play. A member of the council that came out to my house and walked the property, they saw the squirrels in the forest playing. So how are we protecting them if we're going to build on them? I mean, we cannot do that. The white squirrel is very important. Look what I found in my yard. Injured. Fell out of a tree, 6 weeks old. Can't open the right eye because of a neurological injury. And I thought I could take care of it, but I can't. I don't have specialized squirrel experience for a 6-week-old squirrel. But have you ever seen anything so precious? I mean, I had this for 36 hours, and it was hard to let it go. The city ordinance, section 7-11, adequate facilities review, section C, it talks about the roads in developments, and I'm not going to read the whole paragraph, but I'm just going to read the part that says, there shall be no substantial additional traffic in residential neighborhoods outside the designed and to provide direct access to the development without creating development. I don't know if that's a typo. It's kind of redundant. I think I read in this ordinance that what it meant was you shouldn't have to travel from another road to get to the development. And I don't know, some of you were invited out to the property and never came to look, to view it, to even know what it looks like. No one even knows that if you go to the top of Wilmot Drive that you can see the property that you see on Four Seasons. I don't see how 3,000 cars are going to navigate this. Tracy Grove has no walkability. It is a shoulder that just goes down into the ditch on both sides. And talking about this wonderful trail, I'm not really interested in walking to Jackson Park and uptown. Where do you think the cars are going to park that want to go to the trail? They're going to park on Wilmot because they can't park on Tracy Grove. So I envision just an unmanned parking lot on Wilmot. And that'll make more problems for us. I mean, we have on the average about 35 cars a day that go through our neighborhood because it's only 20 residences. And this is talking about, if you don't add the other intersections, it's talking about at least 900 to 1,000, because if you take 461 units, that's going to be about 2 people with cars per unit. I don't even see how that amount would get down. You would have to go up Wilmot and make a 90-degree turn in order to get into the development. And I question, can you envision a big machine, a construction vehicle, making a turn like that? It's not a angle more than that. It's 90 degrees, which I just shudder to think what that would look like, trying to turn onto the street, whatever it's going to be called, where the apartments are, since they're the first phase. One moment. I want to bring up that this application was filed once before, and it got all the way to the vote of the planning board on February 14th of this year. The vote that day, had they voted, was going to be 6-1 against, for the reasons of no affordable housing, this wasn't the right project for the neighborhood, and no multifamily on minor thoroughfares. The developer jumped up and said, "Can I take my application back?" And someone said, "Of course you can." So they were just about to motion to vote on it when that happened. So that first vote was going to be 6-1. And then this next time, it started out as 3-3. So then it's like, it's a game of, we can't get out of here unless we break this tie. Then it was 4-2. And I just see a lot of things sometimes in the comprehensive plan that sometimes they're recommended as reasonable things when it suits a certain purpose, but when it doesn't suit the purpose, it's reinterpreted to mean something else. And I would just ask all of you to read the letter from a neighbor that's paralyzed, that lives 2 doors down from me, that operates an electric scooter, and he's able to hook his dog's leash to it and motor in the neighborhood because there's only like 35 cars. How is he going to do that with this influx of traffic? I mean, how is anybody going to live, walk? I mean, a sidewalk will be built on the side of the development. How does that help us? Common area, to me, that's been touted as great, all I can think of when I think of common area is the people that it will belong to What are they going to do if somebody like Trayvon comes through? What if somebody thinks they have a right to that common space and they don't? I mean, it's going to cause terrible problems, terrible. I think that's all. I am totally against this project, this development. I don't think it's the right project for this neighborhood. I think it's in the wrong place. I think this land needs to be preserved. It provided jobs and produce up until October when the winter season came. I just think that Bo Thomas's legacy is very important. There's 2 boxes at the Genealogical Museum about his accomplishments, and no one seems to care. I brought it up 2 times that it should be listed in the cultural and history part, and it's just been left out as if it's just a farm, 161 acres, and that's all there is to it. And it grew food, and it had cattle. So to us, it's more important than that, and the neighborhood is more important than that. I just don't see how this will work. DOT says, well, I think the planning board said DOT will make the roads work. Well, that's good in theory, but what about reality? I mean, how are they really going to make that work when the roads that Ms. Connor was just talking about, most everywhere, those intersections, there's a ditch on each side, there's a culvert, there's no land to make another lane. So I don't know how that's going to happen. Thank you for listening.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Okay. Lynn Williams, Chadwick Avenue. I did want to mention that there's probably people on the phone as well, just a reminder, because I know a few people who want to speak. I just wanted to start by mentioning that the neighbors and the residents are at over 40-plus hours of public meetings right now, with over 7 months' worth of neighborhood compatibility meetings, multiple neighborhood compatibility meetings, tree board meetings, and multiple planning board meetings. We asked the council to come to this public hearing with an open mind and not a pre-decided vote, or bias to the decision before starting or completing this legally required public hearing with necessary input. I wanted to know if, well, we'll come back to that. Let's see. We're still waiting on the revised TIA to explain the trip distribution, which unbelievably is 80% at what we're calling the Easler entrance and 20% on the Wilmot side, though the Wilmot side is where the 300 apartments are going to be. So that really makes no sense, and we really need to get that traffic study back to determine the public safety, as well as the inclusion of the consultant's advice and the DOT. We're also still waiting on the environmental study that was requested at the first planning board meeting. We've asked multiple times, how is this going to relate to the study that we do have by Tom Baugh on the hydrology of the bog neighboring, but part of this property, the hydrology is involved with the bog. So that's one of our concerns is, where's the environmental study to make sure that this critical habitat is going to be protected? Please show us. You want to build on top, but this will destroy the proven hillside seepage function, which this, research report talks about. And hillside seepage, once again, is when it rains, the water gets soaked into the hills sides, and slowly that maintains the wetlands and the bogs below in times of drought and things like this. So when you chop off and grade the top of this landscape, it's going to disrupt completely the function of this hillside seepage. How is it going to disrupt it? What's it going to cause? We all agree that Conserving Carolina, we want them to conserve this land, but what they're also saying, is this the right fit? Is this the right project? We're not getting any of the factual information to prove to us that it is. Flooding is relevant because this area has a bowl-like function for the entire city. It's at the convergence of Bat Fork Creek, Devil's Fork, Mud Creek, and Johnson's Ditch, and it all comes together there. Miss Connor has submitted photos multiple times out her backyard, 15 feet away. The water is all the way risen in that entire area. How is that going to work when all those houses are going to be there? It doesn't make sense. If you look at the GIS county map for the 1982 flood maps, you clearly see the flows go halfway through this proposed development, both the apartments and the single-family homes. Can they diagram or discuss the dynamic of how the water will function anytime there is a storm above the 25-year storm? Once again, this is the drainage system for our entire city. What happens when they overflow at 20-year storms? How's that impact going to affect the whole city that already has flooding challenges? How long will the water be held on site? Will the water be filtered or just simply dumped into this environmentally sensitive wetlands, which is found on all sides or on any of the downhill slopes that lead to these environmentally critical areas? When you look at the Canton flooding event, this overexceeded all current data. What does the water flow look like for this proposed community if those flood levels rise at the convergence of the flooded Bat Fork Creek with its federally protected bog on the same water table, the Devil's Fork flooding through the Wagner Farm below via bridge and between Tracy Grove and Dana Road, plus Johnson's Ditch and Mud Creek? Also on the GIS, it shows that the soil along this property, the Thompson Farm, is a very highly valuable particular type of soil that differs from the slope itself, valuable for growing food. So though Matt showed the natural resources map, no one is actually considering the resource of the soil itself from the agricultural ground and historic farm on which it sits. I understand that the maps show that there's the idea of what it's meant to be, but if you look at the reality of what it is a working historic farm. Please consider that. Did the tree board consider the swath of forest being cleared for the proposed second entry? It wasn't clear that the recommendation was revisited completely from this separately from the original application. The height exemption, let's see. Previously, Mr. Washburn provided diagrams showing the line of sight from, say, Ms. Sawyer's property. Can we see those diagrams again with the proposed height increase? Because part of the discussion was you're going to be able to see over this. It's not going to cause that line of sight disruption. And once again, they're only talking about shadows. They're not discussing the line of sight, which is very important to all these residents, including the paralyzed person in the wheelchair who looks out at that, and that helps him want to live. And he specifically has said that. Wilmot is not a minor thoroughfare. How are you going to resolve the very dangerous back road on the steep curve that goes up behind Wilmot and then down behind Mustang Cafe, because people are going to take that, and it is so dangerous. There's not even a railing blocking there. This does not preserve agricultural land as laid out as one of the goals, the agricultural land and the ability to grow our own food. This is not going to do that. Looking at the points in which you are going to use to approve this proposal on a 3-2 vote, the points are misleading. The first 2 points are based on a housing study for the whole county, and we need a unified effort on smart development in conjunction with the county. It's a shared responsibility. This project is irresponsibly too dense in comparison to the responsibility of the city's proportionally growing at a sustainable and safe rate. It also has too great a negative impact on the environment. The easement is great. We're all in agreement of protecting this irreplaceable historic farm bog, and this is why we support this conservation of this critical wetland and wildlife habitat. Conserving Carolina is willing to work with any group trying to conserve this land. They are clearly stating that it's up to you to decide if this is what's going to be right for the land that we're going to conserve collectively for Conserving Carolina. Please hear that we don't have all the information to be able to support Conserving Carolina in their efforts without destroying the hillside seepage on which the bog relies. Try to move along here. They also clearly state, let's see, it certainly does not prioritize what is best for supporting the environment and the conservation efforts in conjunction with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Department of Agriculture, North Carolina Heritage Program, North Carolina Plant Conservation Program, plus the Nature Conservancy is thrown in there too, all in that area. Can we hear from these key affected players? In 2008, a leading rep from the neighboring federally protected plant conservation area previously spoke out in the minutes, which I also brought with me, the minutes I'm referring to, spoke out against the 2008 development, that it didn't, and that time it didn't even include 2/3 of the single-family homes. There needs to be more protections because it's that important. We would love to see the community work together to support conserving Carolina, but not at compromising the needed actual open space for an overdeveloped project packed above this critical bog and wetland habitat. Take a look at the Bright Farms partnership with Blue Ridge Community College, Conserving Carolina, and mimic this working farm structure like Brevard's newly created student working experimental farm. What an opportunity to honor our Bo Thomas's living legacy. How will you prevent these units from being turned into second homes and Airbnbs? This obvious trend will not guarantee this housing will be available for people who live here. 1,500 Airbnbs in Henderson County right now influence the housing market. 4,000 plus in Buncombe push people out into Henderson County. We need to take a look at this housing stock. Another point for approval is that you say that this multifamily is keeping in use with the neighborhood, and it's not. As Ms. Sawyer pointed out, the other multifamily units are 8 units total with limited mobility and affordable housing. As far as connectivity goes, to that point, it's really not walkable at all along Tracy Grove or Dana. Where will people go to park to the trail connection, as Ms. Sawyer said, along Wilmot? Did you know that when the road ices and freezes throughout half the year, it creates a direct slide onto Tracy Grove down all 3 of those roads, which will have 3,244 opportunities to slide right out into Tracy Grove. The sidewalks will not have connectivity to the food, services, and Four Seasons area. And we could continue on this list and show why the reasons you're providing are half-truths and that they also apply for the reasons for denial. Another misleading area is the section left blank regarding the property having cultural or...
Any way you can, it is getting very late.
Thank you.
If you can please try to wind up.
Thank you. There's a lot, like I said, we've done 40 hours of meetings and there's so many points on this, and so thank you. And I've been asked by the neighbors to speak, so I will do my best. Another misleading area is the cultural and historical part left blank. Has the staff decided to ignore the 40 hours of public meetings with many comments regarding the historic and cultural significance? Historic farmland in a farm town that belongs to a prominent local elected official that was representing our area for a decade is historical to us and our community. One other problematic thing is there is no sight triangle on that second entrance. It's blocked by the left turn lane and it's a blind curve, so that 80% exiting on that second entrance will not be able to see to the right because there's a curve, and they'll turn left and there's no way to see. So that you have to check that sight triangle that's not available there. That's why we need the traffic study. Pet waste, car oil, car wash chemicals, lawn chemicals, fertilizer, all that water will be rerouted into the wetlands. I also have articles on Bo Thomas that I can share with you. I won't go into detail about those. One interesting thing is he appropriated $100,000 for that NC Heritage Program, Plant Conservation Program, so he definitely was a supporter. In conclusion, due to the height requirements, this does not comply with the current laws and ordinances. The proposed second entry is overburdened on this highly dangerous blind curve and once again does not meet the ordinance. The project is not in compliance with the law and ordinance. The project is not compatible with historic and current rural neighborhood character. 3,244 daily trips is atrocious, dangerous public safety threat on infrastructure that cannot support this burden on the current roads, traffic, and flooding. Only 2% out of 98% will be affordable, therefore it doesn't really qualify. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I would ask those people who are wishing to speak online, if what they've said has already been covered, to please limit it, and any further comments will be restricted to 4 minutes per person.
May I say something first before I land? I'm the most involved in this. I'm the easel entrance. Just really quickly.
Okay.
So my name's Steve Eastler, 514 Trench Grove Road. That's my wife Lynn. We live in both houses. We got 22 houses. They're going to develop right beside our driveway. Their entrance, number one, is 2 feet from my driveway, and it's about 40 or 50 feet from the house that's right beside my driveway. All that is fine. I don't like that at all. Not at all. But I don't have the $4 million to buy the property. So I'm okay with that. So the only problem that you're going to have, and the city or the county or the state has got to address, is there is a ton of traffic on Tracy Grove Road. This will be a problem down the road. And it's a problem for us now. And it's going to definitely be a problem with 3,000 cars coming up on the road every day. That's just something you're going to have to address. The project and everything is fine. They've addressed everything that you need to have addressed. All that satisfied, but you will have a problem with the traffic. That's all I got to say. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you. I didn't see your hand over there. Okay. Okay. So if there's anyone online who wishes to speak.
Madam Mayor, Ken Fitch is online, and he has raised his hand.
And again, 4 minutes.
Mr. Fitch, you've been asked to unmute.
Ken Fitch, 1046 Patton Street. There are some important details I'm going to try to rush through. In the budget just passed, there was a statement that big ideas for the city that included improving US 64, mentioning enhanced community gateway, and indeed enhancement of our entry corridors, a common focus in zoning and landscaping. Although going through the long Four Seasons Boulevard, that is a situation of irreversibility. However, when you descend the hill and you towards the historic core of the city, we encounter the iconic lands of the historic Thomas property rising up from the marsh, and we recognize that we are in a very special, unique place. In the past, this area had been designated appropriately as agricultural conservation, or agricultural and natural resources that divide the evident character. And when that determination was challenged, our beloved mayor, who was then our beloved city councilor, and Mayor Pro Tem voted no, because the character of the area is agricultural and natural resource, and it has remained to you. Earlier in the process, I asked the developer why he would place the multi-story buildings on the high point of the ridge. And he said so the residents could enjoy the views of the mountains. Indeed, those are the same views that have drawn visitors here for generations. And now we recognize that this vista is indeed endangered. Going forward, have to jump here. Okay. As part of this plan, there's been a negotiations for an easement with New Conserving Carolina, who would manage the wetland area with their customary expertise, especially intensified by the rare bog area that provides habitat for rare species. And following up on discussions and statements of previous meetings and discussion with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service today, can say that much of the rare bog area is protected in the adjacent state protected area, but the larger extended bog presence exists as part of a CPA, a conservation partnership area that is eligible for inclusion in a unit of the Mountain Bogs National Wildlife Refuge. And part of the extended eligible habitat is located on the edge of the project property. And concern is inescapable as a bog, especially this bog, with its unique habitat for rare species. And bogs are unique and fragile habitats, as Ms. Williams said. They're formed by water flows and the confluence of features, geological and hydrological, including seepage through layers of soil. And it's important here, there are two distinct kinds of soil. The sandy soil and there's clay soil, and through which the water flows. That creates a unique site-specific location for a habitat. So the bog experiences flooding from the wetlands and surface stormwater from the uplands, and this is the uplands, and critically the seepage from the subsurface layers of the upland soil contributes to that bog habitat. So if you develop the upland section with roads, cul-de-sacs, sidewalks, homes with impervious surfaces, that will affect surface stormwater flow, but also block the water that seeps into the soil below and then flows via seepage into the bog. If there are chemicals or fertilizers, it's commonly added to the yards and open space in the upland, that would alter the chemistry of the water and also affect nutrient balance in the seepage. In addition, there are stormwater features necessary for the roads and the development that could interrupt and alter existing flows that would radically change the hydrological conditions
Mr. Fitch,
of
if you could wind
this
up,
bog.
please.
I'm almost there. Okay, because this is fragile habitat eligible for consideration as part of a unit of the National Wildlife Refuge in Hendersonville, North Carolina. And the state has weighed in, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife will be watching this. If you build a bridge, they're going to be involved and watch out for the copperhead snake dens. And also housing assistance, if they have federal funds, they're going to be, they will be impacted. So what the issue is
Can
the
you wind
city's
up,
commitment.
please? You're well beyond the 4 minutes.
Yeah, what confronts us is our commitment as a city to natural resource protection, and also consistent with our values of being attentive to the values of all citizens who would be impacted by this development, particularly the Wilmont Drive community that is now endangered. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak?
Madam Mayor, there are no other hands raised online.
Okay, thank you. We had 2 pre-submitted comments. First is from Caroline Beamer, 104 Meadow Park Lane, Hendersonville. Washburn Thomas Track Apartments, why is the developer not preserving tree canopy? This is wrong. Our city may not be taking action to combat CO2, but council members could at least require that mature trees and bogs, for that matter, be preserved due to their capacity to remove carbon from our local atmosphere. Removing them releases the tons of carbon they have already stored. This development is too dense as well. Furthermore, why allow more density of higher income housing? The crisis is with working class people not able to afford a place to live. They vote too, remember. And the next one is Kathleen Kirky, 11 Hill Park Drive, Hendersonville. Please vote against the proposed development near Tracy Grove Road. This scale development will interfere with safe travel and safe passage and add the burden to this community that we cannot accommodate. Thank you. Okay, so we will close that public hearing. Does the developer want to make any final comments, answer any questions that that were raised?
Just as a final comment, I want to thank everyone who made public comments. I really do appreciate the opportunity to be here and present our case, but I also like the fact that people are publicly participating in their government. It's refreshing to see people come here and voice their opinions. Some of the comments that they made, I think, were just based on maybe I was talking too fast or that they misunderstood. The idea of creating a bridge to dump people onto 64 is not possible. Why? Because the Subdivision Ordinance says when you abut a boulevard, your access has to be off of a minor or a major thoroughfare. And so there was a little confusion with that. There was a revised traffic impact analysis, and that is why Mr. Hyder talked about today. They did switch the entrance of Access 1 to the numbers that were supposed to be at Access 1 to Wilmont, and they put Wilmot numbers at Access 1. That's why the right turn lane from Tracy Grove onto Dana was modified, and that was working with the city's consultant to do that. And I think that that's about all that I have. I don't have any knowledge of soils, but I know that we are protecting to the best that we can with the assistance of Conserving Carolina all of the natural areas that people are very concerned about. So I just want to thank you again for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, council, discussion?
Yes. I don't have to go first. I can wait. If somebody else wants to go first.
Go for it.
I just want to point out to council, since we've mentioned a lot of statutes tonight, that with regard to 160D 604, the statute says that we have to make, and it says, and I quote, a brief statement describing whether its action is consistent or inconsistent with the adopted comprehensive plan or land use plan. Furthermore, that same statute also says that the plan consistency statement is not subject to judicial review. So in other words, we can make a simple statement about whether or not we think it's consistent or not, and it's not reviewable by a court. So my statement will be this. With regard to the comprehensive plan, the map says that that area is supposed to be able for development, but not overdevelopment. And this is overdevelopment. This is way more than medium intensity. So my simple statement is, for that reason, it is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. With regard to the reasonable statement, okay, the statute says that we must, or we shall, have a reasonable statement approved by the governing board. What is reasonable is up to us. There is no legal standard for reasonableness. Reasonableness is the opinion of the person who is making the judgment. Okay, so with that in mind, I'm going to throw my thoughts into why this plan does not meet the reasonableness. Number one, the size and physical conditions. There's been much discussion about this land and the size of this development. Okay, and in the opinion of this council member, it is unreasonable what they have proposed to do. Number two, you can take into consideration the benefits and the detriments to the landowners and the neighbors in the surrounding community. So members of council, you may take into consideration everything that everybody has said in determining whether or not you think this development is reasonable. And my argument goes along with the argument, not the argument, but the statement by several folks, which is this, and that is the proposed size and density development cannot be safely supported by the existing transportation network and will create unsafe congestion and traffic. And they are relying on us to use eminent domain to fix the traffic problem on parts of the road that they don't own. So I would argue that that is unreasonable. Another reason it's unreasonable is it says the relationship between the current actual and permissible development. So in other words, we can look at what would be allowed and then what they're asking to be allowed. And what they're asking, in my opinion, once again, because of the size and the density and because of the impact it's placing on the natural environment as well as the traffic, is unreasonable, what they're asking. Number four is the public interest. So when we take into consideration the public interest, we get to use the public of the city of Hendersonville, whether they live next to them or they live in another part of town, because the public is everyone that we serve. And clearly in this circumstance, but once again, because of the traffic problems, because of the fact that the largest building is going on the highest spot where I have to see it every time I ride down 64, in my opinion, it's unreasonable. And finally, any change conditions warranting, this is an amendment, but we're not making an amendment, and that is this. There have been umpteen projects that have been approved by this council, some of which I've approved and some of which I've voted against. So with regard to the housing problem, we have more than adequately addressed the housing problem because we have a number of things that are in the works. So with regard to needing housing this dense, it's unreasonable. Can we have housing? Yes. But the density of this is too dense for this area and too dense for what we need. And so those are my arguments for why it's not reasonable in terms of the statute 160D 605.
Thank you. Other comments? think the main concern I have is with the traffic. We need denser developments close in. That I do think is appropriate for the city. As I said, main issues I have are with the traffic, but I don't know that that's the deciding factor here. Yes, we've approved a lot, and a lot are not going to happen. We've approved a lot of tax credit housing, which is not going to happen. We've seen that in the past. We've approved things and they don't come through. So I'm willing to approve this. No neighbor likes to have development next to them. That's always going to be the case. So other than hesitancy over the amount of traffic, I think the rest of the development is fine. Other comments?
I agree completely with everything that you said. I know that the community feels like we approve all of these developments, and that I think I heard somebody say that we don't actually need any more housing, but that's not actually true. We do need more housing. We need housing in every price range. I don't think it's our job to set market rates, and it's not our job to tell developers what they can charge for a home, but I do know that we need more homes altogether. The Bowen study said that we were 2,500 units short here in Henderson County, 24,000 units short in Buncombe County. And so, and that's with no growth. That's today, right now. And so the argument of, well, this isn't affordable, I understand that, but the question of affordable now is very subjective at this point, when nothing will ever really be affordable under 200,000 in this area. It's just, it's not possible to do. But the thing is that we need houses in all levels. We need rental houses. We need homes for purchase. We need all kinds of houses. And so even when you add up all the houses that or the developments that we've approved, it still isn't enough. And just because we approve a development doesn't mean that it gets built. Apple Ridge, some of the affordable housing projects, the tax credit projects, that this council, for the most part, has written a letter to the state to request them to consider this area to get the funding for this much-needed affordable housing. It doesn't necessarily mean that they get the credit, and then that means that the project doesn't move forward. So, I think sometimes you read these headlines in the newspaper and it's like another development. Well, that doesn't mean that they actually happen. And I know that we still need more houses. We need, again, houses in all areas. And for that, I support this project. So.
Any other comments?
I think this is an interesting piece of land, and I feel like with all infill development that we're looking at, we end up with these pieces of property that have a very significant bog on them, that have a funny layout. There's all sorts of things that you have to contend with, and I really feel like this developer in this project has addressed a lot of the concerns that people have had and made the project fit the piece of property, which isn't always the case. They, when they were speaking from Conserving Carolina earlier, they were talking about how they weren't involved in the project that was, happening before, or they tried to get a hold of who owned the property and they couldn't get a hold of them, but this developer reached out to them and is working with them. And I think that community partnership, for me, is what I would really like to see in developments moving forward, because they're trying to do the best that they can with the property. And I think the other thing to remember, yes, it was a historical farm and it has a lot of historical significance, and I understand that, but the person who owns that piece of property right now is choosing to sell it. And that's their right to do so. And it's the person who's purchasing that property's right to develop it. So I think they've really done the best that they can with this property. They're going to connect it to the park. I think it's going to end up being a great project. I have the same traffic concerns that everybody else is sharing. I don't know if our traffic consultant has any specific tidbits other than what we've already heard that he would like to share with us. But I think this area with Tracy Grove is already turning into, to me, a pretty major thoroughfare. People are already using it to cut through town. And I realize that it sounds like the impact is going to be a lot, but another part of our job is to listen to the experts that are talking to us, and that's why we have traffic consultants, and we have stormwater engineers, and that's why we consult with them and have the staff members to be the experts on these different areas, because it is impossible for us to be experts in every single area. So I know it can be overwhelming. It's overwhelming for us. But I really do think that they've done a really nice job with this project, and I think we'll all be pleasantly surprised.
Debbie?
Yes. I'm going to vote down on this project, and I'm going to tell you why, tell you what I see. A white squirrel and hawk habitat threatened, a continuing floodplain, traffic pattern, the traffic, and yes, we need housing, but we need affordable housing. And knowing the history of this farm and have worked this farm, me and my family, for Mr. Bo Thomas, our former senator of North Carolina. And I would just like to see his legacy continue on, because he did a lot for Hendersonville and Henderson County.
Thank you. Any further comments, discussion, or a motion?
My one comment.
Yes.
Mayor, this is directed at you because
Pardon?
of your concerns with
Okay.
transportation. And that is this: there is a way to fix that problem. They come back with something with less density. There's a way to fix that problem. That problem can be fixed right now. We can vote this down. They can come up with something that creates less of a traffic problem. And you've addressed that problem right here.
True, and the fewer houses they have, the more expensive they are.
Well, as Ms. Hensley just pointed out, we need all price points. So that's not really a concern of the price of the houses. So we can fix that traffic, we can deal with that right now in this vote. We can vote it down, they can come up with something that has less density.
Madam Mayor, for the record, may I just clarify one thing?
Yes.
I just want to clarify that with regard to the traffic improvements that are proposed for Tracy Grove, the condition does state that the developer will use their best efforts, the condition as Matt read, use their best efforts to acquire additional right-of-way if it's needed, and that means they would make a fair market value offer to the property owners, and if they are unable, if it's needed and they're unable to acquire it, they will come and ask City Council or the state to exercise the power of eminent domain. It would be up to the city or the state as to whether they chose to do that or not. If the city or state chose not to, then they will maximize and provide the most turn lane, the most right turn lane and left turn lane that they can within the space provided. So I just wanted everybody to be aware of that.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion or a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move the City Council adopt an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the City of Hendersonville
Do we not close the public hearing? She said we didn't close the public hearing.
She did.
I thought I did.
She said that public hearing is closed.
Do you want to read it over again, or?
Yeah, just
Start. You just.
Amending the official zoning map of the city of Hendersonville, changing the zoning designation of the subject property, PIN 9578-39-5229 and 9579-11-8417 from PRD CZD, Planned Residential Development Conditional Zoning District, to PRD CZD, Planned Residential Development Conditional Zoning District, based on the site plan and the list of conditions submitted by the applicant dated March 2nd, 2022, and presented at this meeting, and subject to the following. The development shall be consistent with the site plan, including the list of applicable conditions and the following permitted uses, which are residential dwelling, single family, and residential dwelling, multifamily. Permitted uses and applicable conditions presented on the site plan shall be amended to include, based on the proposed site trip distribution, a right turn lane may be warranted at the intersection of Tracy Grove Road and Wilmot Drive. The TIA should be revised based on.
Sorry. Angie, do you have that language under number 2 needs to be revised to the language that you worked out with the.
Matt read that, and that's what I addressed.
Okay.
But the condition
that
is
is not
stated.
listed on the site plan that we currently have.
Okay,
All other conditions are.
But all other conditions are.
including the number 4 that got added to.
Yes. Including the number 4.
That number 4 that got added.
Yeah.
But there was a new cover handed out. I apologize. There's a new cover that was handed out by Matt with the condition number 2 is changed because they did submit the TI?
This is Duncan Terrace.
Oh, okay. All right. Then the number 2 would just need to include that additional condition about that I talked about the traffic.
Yes. And if I'm clear, this all got negotiated or discussed at the last.
Today.
Okay. So that's why it's been thrown at you last, so.
Does someone have the appropriate language somewhere?
I provided it in a Word document that's the one I asked you to pull up.
Is that one on the screen?
Yes, that's it.
Oh, boy.
Whoa.
It's up there.
It's up there. So.
Do I need to read all of it?
I would just say, including the 2 additional conditions regarding the turn lanes on Tracy Grove.
For number 2, permitted uses and applicable conditions presented on the site plan shall be amended to include the 2 conditions: the right turn lane from Tracy Grove into Wilmot, for the left turn lane into entrance 1.
Before you proceed, this basically is what you talked to us about.
That's exactly what that is.
Okay, so that's what you just told us about.
Yes, sir, that's exactly, and again, yes, I just saw this today, so anyway.
The petition is found to be consistent with the City of Hendersonville 2030 Comprehensive Plan, based on the information from staff analysis, because the medium-intensity neighborhood designation calls for planned residential developments as a secondary recommended land use, and the proposed site plan aligns with development guidelines under LU 6.4. Furthermore, we find this petition to be reasonable in the public interest based on the information from the staff analysis and the public hearing. And because, 1, the development would provide 300 market rate rental units. These units would help reduce the rental housing gap, estimated to be between 1,364 and 1,722 units that are needed within Henderson County to satisfy demand according to the 2021 Housing Needs Assessment, the Bowen study. Number 2, the development would provide 161 owner housing units. These units would help reduce the owner housing gap, estimated to be between 268 and 585 units that are needed within the Henderson County to satisfy demands, according to the 2021 Housing Needs Assessment, the Bowen study. Number 3, the development is near the 64 commercial corridor, an area of the city experiencing ongoing development and redevelopment. 4, the addition of multifamily and single-family residential is in keeping with surrounding land uses. 5, the proposal to conserve via a conservation easement the floodplain area on the site, including efforts to restore the ecological function of this important area, is a general public good for the community. 6, the site plan clusters development impacts away from natural resource agricultural designated portions of the site, aligning with guidance from the Natural and Environmental Resource Chapter of the Comprehensive Plan. 7, greenway construction and right-of-way dedication adds to existing greenway network of aligns with specific goals established for greenways.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion? Not? Those in favor of this conditional zoning district, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no.
No.
The vote is 3-2. It does pass, and this project can continue. Let's take about a 2-minute break.
Okay.
Let folks who want to leave, leave. Visit the restroom, whatever.
It's a mass exodus.
Yes, thank you. Project before you is a 132-unit apartment complex proposed on 8.66 acres at the corner of Duncan Hill and Signal Hill Roads. The current zoning is PRD, which is a CZD district, and the same PRD zoning is proposed. The current zoning it relates to a rezoning that occurred in March of 2021, which rezoned the property from R20 to PRD for a very similar type of project, a multifamily project for 84 units, which is lower density than what is requested as part of tonight's petition. But that project included low-income housing tax credits. It did not receive the tax credits. It was not built. There's now a new owner who is proposing the site plan that we will review momentarily. On the site, in these pictures, you can get a good idea of the frontage along Duncan Hill Road on the upper left, along Signal Hill Road on the upper right, and just some interior photos of the site conditions currently found on the site. There is a structure on the site that would be removed as vacant single-family home. The site plan from May 17th includes a list of conditions and depicts the proposed 132 apartment units. This equates to a density of 15.24 units per acre. The site plan shows 6 3-story multifamily structures, a clubhouse, and a pool. The total footprint of buildings is 52,242 square feet, and the gross floor area is proposed to be 150,636 square feet. This includes 12 3-bedroom units, 72 2-bedroom units, and 48 1-bedroom units. Access to the site is proposed from Duncan Hill Road and from Signal Hill Road. Signal Hill Road has a right-in, right-out. Site plan was reviewed by the DRC. Details were in the staff report. There was a TIA, which I'll go over as well, and I'll provide an overview of the comments. The Community Development Department, all the comments were resolved. Planning staff offered 2 conditions that were agreed to by the developer. One condition was for the right-in, right-out on Signal Hill Road, which I mentioned. The second was for the provision of sidewalks on Baldwin Hill Road in lieu of sidewalks along the intersection of Signal Hill Road and Duncan Hill Road, and I will get into more detail on those conditions. The Water Sewer Department had comments related to the request to utilize a private lift station. It's been indicated that this would not be permitted and an extension of sewer would be warranted. The applicant has requested a condition that the lift station be permitted until such time that the sewer is extended to the site or within 600 feet of the site, at which time they would remove the lift station and connect to the public sewer. Fire Marshal and NCDOT provided comments which were either resolved or will be at final site plan. City engineer, stormwater administrator, floodplain administrator, and public works director had no comments or concerns. The city's transportation consultant provided a series of comments and recommendations. The proposed development is anticipated to generate 1,123 daily trips, 72 a.m. peak hour trips, and 87 p.m. peak hour trips. This triggered a TIA. There were recommendations that came out of that TIA, which the developers agreed to construct, and these include a alignment or specific lanes for entering and exiting the site at Access 1 on Duncan Hill Road, and providing a northbound right turn lane with 25 feet of full width storage and appropriate taper at Duncan Hill and site access. And at Signal Hill Road and access number 2, provide an eastbound right turn lane with 25 feet full width storage and appropriate taper. The developer proposes 2 concessions and 2 conditions. One of the concessions relates to the dedication of 0.59 acres, which is in this hatched area up here. This would be right-of-way dedication for to accommodate future NCDOT improvements. And I will tie this back together with the sidewalk proposal on Baldwin Hill Avenue in lieu of sidewalks in that location. The second concession relates to providing 25% of rental units to residents with an area median income of 80% or less. And I've got the full details of that condition on the next slide. Two proposed conditions include provision of a density bonus. The developer is requesting that and has met the criteria or the conditions for receiving the density bonus. And the private lift station, the condition to utilize a private lift station until such time as public sewer was within 600 feet of the site, at which time they would connect, as mentioned. So, as I mentioned previously, they are proposing to dedicate right-of-way. We've seen a concept for an NCDOT improvement for this conglomeration of intersections and roads that come together in this area. And so the developers agreed to dedicate enough land to accommodate that concept, which is a double roundabout in that location. Because there could potentially be improvements at some point in the mid-future, it did not make much sense to have sidewalks constructed in this area and just to have them removed. And so staff recommended that, in lieu of that, sidewalks be constructed on Baldwin Hill Avenue. This would connect to sidewalks being constructed as part of the Providence Walk subdivision, which is currently under construction, grading at least. And then from Providence Walk, it would then connect to other existing sidewalks and or trails and connect to the Oklawaha Greenway and from all points to there. So this development would have pedestrian infrastructure all the way into to access a number of places with those conditions worked out. They're also proposing to fill gaps in the sidewalk on one side of Duncan Hill Road to extend down to get you to the UPS center there. So that satisfies the need to provide pedestrian facilities to places of employment or shopping in order to get the density bonus. So that gives you a snapshot of the sidewalks there. This just recaps the conditions that I've already stated. All covered. The tree board's recommendation, they were agreed to with the exception of condition 12, which was the addition of 75 2.5-inch or larger caliper trees to offset the trees impacted by the development. The developers agreed to plant a total of 87 trees from the recommended species list. But the other conditions were agreed to. One thing I'll note, item 7, revised TIA to address outstanding comments. We are asking for that to be removed based on recommendation from our transportation consultant, who stated, based on a review of the data, this project and the proposed mitigation that has been agreed to, the transportation consultant, does not see the need for an updated TIA, and this condition can be removed. So when that is the purpose of the updated cover sheet with the motion that has that under number 2, should you make a motion to approve, you can add that language. They don't need to do the revised TIA. The developer also agreed to dark sky lighting for the exterior lighting and to adjust their condition. The condition for 25% of the units to be made available to those earning 80% AMI or less was originally stated to be for 10 years. Through recommendation from the planning board, that number was agreed to be increased to 15 years. And so that is the current condition that is on the site plan, 15 years of the affordable units. The CZD triggered the neighborhood compatibility meeting. This was held back in December, and we had a fair number of folks from that neighborhood who came out and asked questions and voiced concerns about the potential impacts of the development. The subject property is currently zoned PRD, as mentioned. The parcel is surrounded by a variety of zoning classifications and uses. Residential uses in the area range from single-family neighborhoods to mobile home communities. Commercial uses in the area range from the telecommunication tower to the UPS distribution center. Parcels to the north and across Signal Hill Road and Berkeley Road are zoned R15, medium density residential, and R20, low density residential, as well as some RCT, residential commercial transition. This area is largely made up of single-family lots, vacant land, and single-family homes converted into commercial uses. Parcels to the east primarily contain commercial uses. This area contains the Home Depot, the WHKP radio tower, and the Signal Hill mini storage, which is under construction. Parcels to the south are comprised mostly of commercial uses and C3 zoning. Parcels to the west are zoned PCD, CZD, which is the East Side Meadows, which was not constructed. There has been some potential development that an NCM was held for potential development on that site. You also had the PRD for Providence Walk and Oklawaha Village, and some other R20 zoning. Future land use map designates this site as high-intensity neighborhood. The designation is due to the parcel being located between a regional activity center to the south and medium-intensity neighborhood going along Clear Creek Road. This area is intended to serve as a transition between the high-intensity commercial uses and the single-family neighborhoods to the north. It serves as a node of higher-density residential around an intersection of minor thoroughfares as well. Parcels to the north are designated as medium-intensity neighborhood and high-intensity neighborhood. Other than the Signal Ridge apartments, most parcels designated as high-intensity neighborhood do not currently reflect the goals or strategies of this designation. This area is largely comprised of single-family homes and vacant lots and reflect the current R20 zoning. Parcels to the east are designated as high-intensity neighborhood and regional activity center. This area has a mix of housing and commercial uses. Parcels to the south are designated as regional activity center and high-intensity neighborhood. And parcels to the west are designated as high-intensity neighborhood and medium-intensity neighborhood. So, wrapping up the comprehensive plan consistency, or taking a look at comprehensive plan consistency, the project is consistent with a majority of the goals of the high-intensity neighborhood. The site is designated as a priority infill area on the growth management map. Infill development is encouraged in these areas. Promoting compatible infill is also a goal of the population and housing chapter. There are some additional goals related to this project. Goal number 2, encourage a wide range of housing types and price points in order to meet the diverse and evolving needs of current and future residents, match the housing supply with the local workforce, and promote diverse neighborhoods. Under 2.2, under strategy 2.2, encourage provision of affordable housing units in new developments. There are some actions that further support that particular strategy as well. Moving on to the natural environmental resources, there is the strategy to cluster development to preserve open space, the promotion of the preservation of woodlands, and those are the most relevant sections of that chapter. Cultural and historic resources, there were no goals or strategies relevant to this petition. Under community facilities, we have a strategy to encourage community open space or play areas in new or redeveloped residential neighborhoods. Under water resources, we have the recurring encouragement of low-impact development practices. Under transportation and circulation, we have a strategy to identify and prioritize needed pedestrian connections within the community, and to improve roadways as needed to implement the land use vision and meet level of service requirements, as well as widen and improve existing roadways as indicated on map 7.3A, which includes Duncan Hill Road. Taking a look at compatibility, there is some limited multifamily within the area. It does serve as a transition zone where you have commercial, high-intensity commercial uses in close proximity to the site. The current entitlements on the property are for 84 units, multifamily apartments. But there is a significant amount of single-family and low-density single-family in proximity to the site as well. The biggest change to the area has been this rezoning that occurred last year, in March of last year, which changed the zoning from R20 to the PRD. Additionally, the Providence Walk approval and the 93 single-family homes associated with that development has also been a significant change in this area. The public interest mainly revolves around the provision of affordable housing. This would be privately funded. There would be no tax credits involved in the affordability component of this. But with that 25% of the units being dedicated or reserved for 80% AMI or less, specifically hitting a housing gap that was identified in the Bowen study. And those numbers and that gap are in the staff report. The numbers that were approved from last month's city council may not be worked into these exactly with the other developments that received approval, but it's a pretty close. Regarding public facilities, as mentioned, the biggest issue here would be related to the private lift station and the timing of sewer extension, the cost of sewer extension, and I will let the developer speak on that particular topic in more detail. This would be a greenfield development, so the effect on the natural environment, there would be a significant number of mature trees lost, and the developer is proposing to replant some of those trees. The planning board voted 7-0 to recommend approval of the petition, and they added the two conditions which I mentioned earlier regarding site lighting and the change from 10 years of the affordable component to 15 years. And they adopted a recommended adoption of the consistency statement on the screen. The high-intensity neighborhood designation calls for multifamily residential, planned residential developments, and open space as primary recommended land uses. The proposed project satisfies a majority of the design guidelines under LU-7.4. And they listed these 5 rationale for approval as part of the reasonableness statement. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions. Excuse me.
Any questions?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No.
Raise your hand.
I just was wondering what the discussion has been about the sewer pump station versus the gravity line.
Yeah, I believe I'll defer to the developer on that, and if there's any specific questions, I will try to help.
Thank you.
But I'll let her go first. Yes.
I just have a question, and I apologize to council members who I texted today. I know that I didn't quite make it to page 416 and page 417 of our packet and read this correctly, so I apologize to you. We got different numbers in different locations, but we're sure it's 25%. Whatever that number ends up being, it'll be 25%. We're good. Okay, I just want to make sure that is the condition that's on here.
That's correct. And
it's 15 years and 25%. That's good.
That's right. There was some bad math that occurred, but 25% is correct. That was my math.
I didn't see that either, Gary.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, I was like, well,
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. The developers would like to make a presentation?
Madam Mayor and members of City Council, my name's Leah Bergman. I'll first address the 2 open questions if you guys don't mind. I'll start. Yours is simpler, I think, so if you don't mind. We had started with 154 units, and when it became clear that it would be useful to the city to have some land at the corner for the roundabout expansion, we chopped out a building And so where that math discrepancy is coming from is if you do 154 times 0.25, that's the 48 units. If you do, we lost a building as we continued to engineer the site. So we ended up with 132 units, and 25% of 132 units is 33 units. So I think that was the number you were catching. And sorry for the history, but that's where the error
But it's
came.
the 25% is clear.
Very committed, yes, sir. Your question regarding the lift station. The gravity sewer line right now is 2,100 feet away from the site. And we tend to move very fast. For example, I'm going to show you our sister property in Rutherford. That, we would hope to be moving dirt on this site, should you all approve it, in the summer, and hopefully have certificate of occupancies. We do one building at a time, get people moved in. So we would hope for the site to be leased up. We do not have the easements for the sewer. Well, it's a time thing. And there's another developer that has the easement, has the sewer easement that would run that next 2,100 feet down to our site. I believe you all in the community refer to it as Palisades. We have reached out to them. I've talked to them, but they have the easements. I do not have them. In the interest of time, I don't have the easements, and also the cost. We are working on a fully engineered plan for the cost of it. I think it's probably going to be $600,000 or $700,000 for us to run it. But it's also, if we were to try and acquire that, you're probably missing out on 2 years of getting these units built. And I guess that might be a nice transition into the community that we are proposing today. My name is Leah Bergman, and I am the president and managing member of Lee Ray Bergman, LLC. I'm here to present to you guys today Duncan Terrace. Matt's already done a wonderful job, basically giving you the nuts and bolts of it, the community. The good news is if you guys want to see what we're proposing, we just did it in Rutherford County in the last 3 or 4 years, so I can show you pictures of basically the buildings we're proposing there, the amenities that we have for there. That community did not have an element of affordability. The affordability element is something that Matt and we've talked through together, and we're very happy to do it. We have tax credit properties in our portfolio. I myself am a tax credit specialist. It's very much what we do, either what we call naturally occurring affordable housing, tax credit, or the missing middle. Is it possible to bring up my slides, or how do we do that? Oh, okay, here we go. We talked about the site plan, but these are the designs, mostly a brick exterior. We would have a community house with a leasing office there, on-person maintenance, a dedicated person, and we have a clubhouse with a pool and a small fitness facility. The units, I would call they're spacious. All of our 2 bedrooms are 2 bedroom, 1 bath. We don't use any carpet. We use all of solid surface flooring. This is our actual model unit here in Rutherford Inn. We've got a laundry facility on the site, as well as having washer dryer hookups within each unit, a small fitness, and a nice pool and a fire pit for people to enjoy that. One of the things that I'd like to also tell you, though, is who lives with us in Rutherford Inn. I think this would interest you all. I had our property manager there put together, just to give you a sense of our 130-some plus residents there. We have 6 police officers, 1 firefighter, 13 healthcare providers, that includes doctors, nurses, hospital employees, 4 teachers, and 8 city-county employees. When we were finishing or working on our second phase of those units there, I literally had the town manager calling me saying, Leah, I'm offering new first responders, police officers, positions here. They don't have housing. Do you have a unit for them? They can't take a job unless they have housing. And so our product is at a price point that you can offer. It is affordable, to folks in the community where you're needing folks to be able to fill those positions in your community. And I'm hoping that if we can get through this, that we can do that same for you all here in Hendersonville. And then I think that would be a much needed missing middle here in Hendersonville. So with that, I'm not going to read through the rest of this in the interest of time, but would like to open it up to any questions anyone has for me.
Any questions, Ms. Berkman?
So if you're building it building by building,
Yes, sir.
so will each building have the 25% affordable units in it?
It's best, just, I mean, I'm happy to do it however you all want it, but in the tax credit world, or we always say you want it to be interspersed throughout, so you don't dedicate one building to restricted income.
No, not one building, yeah.
Yeah.
A building will be 25% affordable, that building. The next building you build will be.
Yeah, and usually how we do it is like, you do it that way, but then somebody's going to move out, as time goes on, it's going to be more of an overall site. But yes, the initial occupancy will be that way.
Yeah, the reason I asked is just so we're not waiting for like the last building
For
all the affordable units.
Understood, sir.
It will be as you go along.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, has this public hearing been advertised in accordance with general statutes?
Yes, Mayor.
We will open that public hearing. Is there anyone present who would like to speak? Yes, sir. Again, give your name and address for the clerk's record, please.
Got it all written down. My name is Glenn Lang, and I live at 623 Ferncliff. I'm a member of the Hendersonville Tree Board. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, for the opportunity to address the council. My purpose in speaking tonight is to represent the Tree Board and its proposed development condition for Duncan Terrace that passed unanimously at the Tree Board meeting on April 19th. As we noted in our motion, we believe that this project is incompatible with the city's stated operational goals, strategies, values, benefits, or I should say beliefs, as it pertains to the preservation of tree canopy. This property is one of the few remaining forested properties of this size and tree diversity in Hendersonville. Let me give you just a brief idea of what is going to be lost with the completion of this development as planned. There are approximately 320 10-inch or larger trees consisting primarily of oak, maple, hickory, poplar, and pine on this 8.5-acre property. That is approximately 37 10-inch or larger trees per acre. There are approximately 144 12-inch or larger trees on this property. And when considering just oak trees, one of the more beneficial trees in our area, there are approximately 75 12-inch or larger oaks, approximately 44 20-inch oaks, and approximately 15 30-inch oaks. The bottom line is that a total of approximately 240 10-inch or larger trees will be completely removed from this property for this development. And according to the developer's landscape plan, they propose to plant just 25 trees that will eventually mature into large canopy trees. The rest of the trees they propose to plant are small statue ornamental species that would contribute very little to the tree canopy for this property. We do not think that is just compensation for removing approximately 240 10-inch trees that make this property an urban forest and a significant part of the city's tree canopy. The Tree Board realizes that the developer is proposing this development pursuant to the city's zoning regulations, are planting the number of trees required by the code, and that the development will be approved. Because of this, the Tree Board proposed that the developer plant an additional 75 trees that will eventually mature into large canopy trees. We believe that is a reasonable proposal, speaking of reasonable, to compensate somewhat for the loss of 240 trees. In addition, their landscape plan calls for planting 165,000 square feet of lawn grass. That's 3.7 acres. nearly one half of the whole property will be planted to grass. That tells us that additional trees could have been saved had the developer wanted to, with proper tree-centric planning, not employing mass grading, and/or there is ample room to plant additional trees that would somewhat mitigate for the loss of tree canopy on this property. The tree board respectfully requests that the city council impose a development condition with the approval of this project for planting 75 additional, beyond what they are proposed, canopy trees. Please recall that in February of 2021, the council laid out its core beliefs and values as guiding principles for the council. A major item in that list is that environmental sustainability is critical for the community, and the city will prioritize the protection of existing tree canopy. As the city is rapidly developing and our tree canopy is being substantially depleted, the tree board believes that it's past time to put action behind those words. This development would be a good place to start. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak regarding this development?
My name is Lynn Clark, and I live at 343 on Hill Road. Mayor Volk and City Council members. On May the 6th, WLOS-TV had aired on TV about several hundred trees were planted in Hendersonville for Arbor Day. And I was very thankful to be able to hear Mayor Volk speak, and she commented about the importance of the event, and I quote you, Mayor Volk, "Trees do much for us. It is providing oxygen, providing habitat, just the quality of life, having these wonderful trees around." I couldn't agree more. Unfortunately, in the neighborhood where I live, just the opposite is happening because of projects that have been approved by City Council. The clear cutting of trees has been escalating. Ocklawaha Village, Cantrell Hills, Stonecrest, Signal Hill Storage Units, Providence Walk, and what's happening at Providence Walk when the rains don't come, the red clay dust clouds form and go all over the place. I kind of feel like we're the poster child for the Bowen study these days. And now comes a request to build a high-density apartment complex, Duncan Terrace. Developer wants to clear cut all the trees and has stated that to plant what the tree board has suggested is too expensive. Someone at the tree board meeting threw out the idea of tree credits, but how can that even be entertained since we know our neighborhood is the one losing the oxygen, the habitat, the quality of life that the mayor spoke about? Why not reduce the density and have more space for vegetation? I know from attending previous meetings that developers balk at that idea since for them it's all about the profit. I have heard it at more than one meeting that a previous zoning was approved for this site, but that was for fewer apartments, so less traffic. But the neighborhood developments have increase in traffic flowing from proposed Duncan Terrace into a major intersection on North Main and Baldwin, where already traffic is jammed. No plans to work on infrastructure by anyone. How can a realistic traffic count be done since 3 large projects just getting under construction? Duncan Terrace developer has promised to allocate a percentage of apartments for affordable housing. First, the offer was for 10 years. Then it was up to 15 years. But the developer stated in the neighborhood compatibility meeting that she plans to sell, not planning on a long-term commitment. So how does the new buyer get held to the new accountability? We are becoming a neighborhood of retention ponds. Since trees and other vegetation have been cleared, nature's way of taking care of stormwater has been taken away. The retention ponds I have observed are muddy, trashy at times, and look like easy for unknowing four-legged and two-legged creatures to drown in. One of my biggest concerns is the ponds are prime for mosquito growth. What do we always hear? Eliminate standing water. So then what comes? Spraying pesticides. Mr. Conant, I'm not sure what book you were reading from at the retreat, but I think it was something about ways to kill a community. I found a book called 13 Ways to Kill a Community. It was very interesting. And one of the ways was to make sure that your communities have curb appeal. Unfortunately, my neighborhood is losing its wonderful curb appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there, just a minute. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Yes.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks. I don't envy any of you at all. I just wanted to say it's. I'm Jeff Duty, 156 John Hill Road. I saw it coming. This is a hard one, right? Because affordable housing, it's a need. I have a question. One, the 25%. Is that for the lifetime of 15 years, and do you set aside 2-bedroom and 1-bedrooms, or is it, a little better understanding of that would be kind of cool. The sidewalk issue, can we pull up the picture of the layout of the apartments? Is that possible? Mayor, I just want to see where the right turn in, right turn out, which one it's going to be, just from a traffic standpoint, coming from Signal Hill.
Find it.
No, not possible.
No, he's looking for it.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I hate to see the trees come down. The noise is going to be bad. I mean, I hear sirens more and more, like it's coming. And there's no turning back once we keep going between the traffic. And I know we've had studies with pedestrians getting hit, and I mean, it's just not, the infrastructure in this area hasn't been built to a way that's pedestrian friendly. And I understand we're trying to do that now, but we really need to make a conscious effort to do it. And all of these buildings and people coming here, we all know it's more resources, more schools, more police, more fire. It may bring in more taxes, but it's a spinning wheel that we chase. So the right turn in, right turn out is going to be the one, Signal Hill Road. And so where does this one off Duncan Hill hit in comparison to?
The primary access to the site is there on the lower.
On
If you go up, there's the
Duncan Hill?
Yep.
Okay.
Duncan Hill. And then if you go up, that's the second access point.
In regards to the triangle, where does that hit? From North Main? That's all I'm wondering, where it falls on the hill, on Duncan Hill. Is it straight across from, I can't think of the name of it. It's straight across from Baldwin Hill? I'm so confused. This bottom section is Duncan Hill.
Baldwin Hill? Right here?
Right, okay, so that's, okay, thank you. Yeah,
Offset,
sorry,
yeah.
I couldn't see that, I don't know why. And that's the main entrance, so, I mean, that's gonna be a tough left-hand turn for people coming out of there, because the hill, they're gonna be looking at the hill. I mean, to me, it's a dangerous proposition. But I think the project, I like the affordable housing. I think speed in this area is terrible. This is a whole nother, but the tailgating and the speed, the congestion, the light at the bottom of Duncan Hill, adding this traffic and the traffic to come, all that needs to be addressed at some point, because it creates a fester effect in people that are driving, and people are getting more aggressive. So with all this coming, is something that needs to be thought about. Thank Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Lynn Williams, Chadwick Avenue. Whew. The previous site plan was site-specific and was proposed, that was approved, and it was, I believe, 100% affordable. I was at all those meetings as well. Also, part of that was going to be saving 3 of the large signature oak trees along Duncan Hill. Both of these aspects were critical pieces for why the property was rezoned from R15 to this site-specific plan. I would ask the developer to please follow the previous Rutherford project that you have and save and include as many ample trees as possible to protect our air, land, and water. Hendersonville is a beloved tree city and bird sanctuary. To the developer and the council, please reconsider negotiations for the site plan to protect the tree canopy, wildlife corridor, and rich topsoil, which all work together to act as a necessary floodwater mitigation above the same critical waters as the Thomas property. Both this development and the Washburn overdevelopment are riding the coattails of significantly different previously approved projects that were specifically site-specific for the rezoning approval. It really seems like this process is simply a way to get a foot in the door for denser development. Both of these projects are also tied together. Sorry, lost my spot. Both of these projects are also tied together by increasing Four Seasons area with over 4,000 daily trips. When this completely wooded lot sits on the same geological ridges as the Thomas property and Washburn development, and also above the same flood path. What happens when there is anything above a 25-year storm between this proposed development, the Washburn development, Providence Walk, Southgate Apartments, and Chadwick Apartments on South Main Street floodplain and Mud Creek flooding area? Another concern is the blind exit on Duncan Hill when you'll be leaving the property. If you will just take a look, leaving the property, look to your left on Duncan Hill, you'll see there's a hill there. So the concern is that all those people turning out are going to be putting themselves in direct danger of cars coming right over that hill really fast and might not see them. So please take a real close look at that. Noted concern for the residents about the effects of the adjacent communication tower. And environmental injustice looks like moving the affordable housing residents out just as small trees are starting to provide shade and the benefits of any environmental presence for air and sound pollution plus excess heat. The trend to densely develop any piece of annexed county property that's either agricultural land with rural character and or lush healthy habitat is quickly growing. Please be a good neighbor and honor the tax-paying residents who have been building these communities for hundreds of years, and consider less density and honoring the character of these neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak? Is there anyone online seeking recognition to speak?
Madam Mayor, there are no hands raised online at this time.
Okay. There was one pre-submitted comment. Esther Padula, 167 Brevard Knoll Drive, Hendersonville.
Madam Mayor, if I could pause you, Ken Fitch has raised his hand. Ken Fitch has raised his hand.
Okay. We'll do that one first.
Mr.
Yes,
Fitch.
Ken Fitch. Yeah, 1046 Patton Street. I apologize, the Wi-Fi went out, so that's, if I'm repeating something that was just said, I apologize. Mention of the location of this project at the intersection of Duncan Hill Road and Signal Hill Road brings to some of us a bolt of recognition.
I think we lost him.
Ken Fitch, you are still in the room. You are still unmuted. If you are there, can you please acknowledge us? Madam Mayor, it appears Mr. Fitch has lost connection.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead with this other comment. I have uploaded my letter that I wrote and submitted for the previous meeting with the planning board. I am new to these types of procedures and found the meeting with the planning board to be an eye-opener. First, I need to apologize to the planning board. I feel like I wasted their time. The first item for consideration was the Washburn track, which took over 3 hours. By the time I had a chance to speak on the Duncan Terrace project, it was close to 4 hours of sitting there, and it was close to 8 o'clock, 8 hours since having had anything to eat or drink. My blood sugar had dropped, and I was trembling, and I couldn't utter an intelligent thought, just nonsense. I was extremely embarrassed. I recently purchased my home off of Signal Hill Road. Short time after I moved in, I was shocked at what I saw when I checked my mailbox on Signal Hill Road. The green hillside behind Home Depot was cleared of any green. The trees and plants were gone. It was just a bare hillside. Shortly after, construction of a considerable storage facility started. Now you want to clear cut the hill across from my mailbox. I didn't know that Duncan Hill had already been approved for rezoning to accommodate an 84 plus or minus apartment complex. Now these new out-of-county owners want approval to build bigger. They said they would replace trees, but once you clear cut this hill, the damage is done. New trees will take years to mature. Wildlife will be pushed out of there, and that can't be replaced. I understand that housing is needed, but I sat for over 3 hours while the board approved a mega monster project to go in Washburn track. Duncan Hill was several parcels. Why not keep it as such and build single-family homes that aren't going to clear cut the hill? Home ownership that brings in families. I moved here from Buncombe County. It makes me sad to think that this beautiful area might turn into another Asheville.
Madam Mayor, Ken Fitch has returned and has his hand raised online.
Okay. You can.
Mr. Fitch, you've been asked to unmute.
You can.
Yes, I apologize. We live in the mountains and the technology is what it is. Yes, it was a previously approved project and it would provide necessary low-income housing. There was acknowledgement that it would stress the existing environment and the location. The project that now arrives is a multi-unit development, but the developer does offer the provision of affordable units, which at first seemed welcome. But to be honest, the expressed vision of the developer was that these units would serve young doctors from Asheville who would eventually afford the higher rents. And that statement was disconcerting and disappointing because we are looking at the importance to address the needs of our local workforce whose salaries, as shown in the budget proposal earlier, would be insufficient for market rate housing. The project reappears with a major increase in the number of units from 84 to 132, with the corresponding escalating increase in the number of vehicles that would be generated, trips generated from the increased multi-bedroom units, which is a problem in this recognized problematic traffic node, especially with the appearance of the Providence Walk presence nearby and the traffic that project will bring. Not to mention the eventual Clear Creek flow is not yet ready for road occupancy. Whereas the previous applicant had to jump through hoops to adjust to the projected NCDO plans for the bordering thoroughfares with features such as the famous Peanut Roundabout, this site plan arrives without clear indication of what the NCDOT plans would be that would most likely affect the site plan. In the current conditions, the adjacent bordering routes experience increasingly greater traffic along with increased speed, velocity, and compliance issues. And the newly imminent Providence Walk should change all the calculations for functional compatibility here. So one looks especially at issues such as the Baldwin Avenue intersection juxtaposition and the exit on Signal Hill Road, where the cut-through travelers on that route often exhibit little patience or safety adherence and would not welcome drivers trying to negotiate the Signal Hill entrance on this plan. In terms of functioning, the sewer issue is a major issue and must be addressed. It must be addressed. It's a big issue in this area. And one also looks at the site plan and the lack of inner sidewalk connection within the development between the upper and lower units. The alteration of the neighboring natural environment has raised major concern, as you've heard, along with the loss of wildlife habitat. And certainly the broad expanse of clear-cut devastation of Providence Walk does engender second thoughts about similar environmental alteration here, as has been raised by the tree board. But these values are of concern to many of us, and we would hope that there would be some response and recognition that these are important to the quality of life and the character of the place where we live. But the bottom line, or the overarching issue oft-stated as previously tonight, is the ability of the specific area with its unique geography and problematic infrastructure to sustain the density of development proposed here at this exact location. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. There is no one else to speak. We'll close that public hearing. Okay. Council?
Can I ask to put the site plan back up?
Yes. And you had, Ms. Bergman, you wanted to respond to one of the comments.
There was a statement that we are developers and that we sell. That is not the case. We are long-term owners. Third generation own and operate the buildings. I also wanted to address about people losing their housing at the end of the 15 years of affordability. They will not do that. They would just as people move out, we wouldn't do anything, but no one is going to lose their housing at the end of 15 years of affordability. And then I just wanted to, again, address the tree board issues. At this point in a development process, you don't have final grading plans, and that you're not but so far into your site, right? You're just trying to make certain that the site's going to work at some level. So, and I don't believe that you guys maybe even have the most updated landscape plans, but we've done the best within the ordinance that we can promise. We don't want to overpromise when we don't have a final grading plan and then have to come back and say, whoopsie, we got it wrong. What do we do now? So we have got, committed to the requirements in the ordinance.
Is there any of those 75 trees you would add? 50? 45?
Honestly, my civil engineer isn't here to answer that, so I mean, I would be happy to make a donation to, your tree people, that I just don't want to overcommit to you something tonight that my civil engineer is going to say, how in the world can you do this, Leah? Like, it's not feasibly possible on the site, right? We just aren't to that phase yet. I would be happy to do something along the lines of, she will do her best to put in 30 trees or 35 more trees, and if not, what's the name of the Woods Foundation here, Matt? Sorry, sir. The Woods. It's something.
Neighborhood Woods Project.
Yeah, we can make a donation to Neighborwoods so that it can be, I just, again, don't want to overpromise on this site. I'd be happy to give a donation or a fee. I don't know if you guys do a fee in lieu of to Neighborwoods, but I'd be happy to do that.
Well, can you pull the site plan up, please? So this is what you're planning to build?
Yes, sir.
Right. So regardless of the plan as far as the grading, right, you kind of know, it looks like, the areas where there's not a parking and there's not a building.
Yes, sir. What's not in there is like your retaining walls and your step down and the grading and that kind of stuff at this phase right now.
Okay. I mean, I appreciate the tree board coming forward and at least trying to negotiate a number of more trees going in rather than just grass. Not that grass is bad. I love grass. You can play on grass. But can appreciate that you're losing a large number of trees. We're going to try and negotiate a number to put in. And I think they're coming, honestly, as a sign of goodwill, they said, don't vote against it. We'd like to negotiate putting more, I think you said canopy trees.
Yes,
in.
trees, not ornamental.
Right. So I guess where I struggle is, you see all those large areas that are going to be grassy.
Yeah,
What
this is not, sorry,
Go ahead.
this is not the landscape plan. Is there a way, Matt, to pull up the landscape plan on here?
It's not in the presentation.
Debbie, what was it you guys discussed at the tree board about the tree credits? Or you mentioned at your last tree board meeting, there was a discussion about the trees and the tree credits. What did you guys discuss there?
It wasn't no tree credits.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
It wasn't tree credits. We were discussing about the neighborhood woods program,
Well, I
as
thought
far as the trees.
specifically to this project, there was a discussion about the tree credits. Somebody had mentioned a tree credit. I heard that earlier by someone. Somebody said tree credits earlier.
I'm not,
No.
There's something in here about the tree board's summary, something about tree.
Yeah, the
credits.
tree board had made a recommendation, and there was discussion about tree credits. I was just wondering if you knew what that was
No.
about.
That's not included in our motion, or that wasn't included in the motion.
Our current landscape plan has 87 trees on it, that, recommended from your recommended species list.
And only 25 are going to be large canopy trees.
Oh.
would you be willing to make more of those large canopy then? You've already got 87.
We can talk about it. I mean, I think there's also a lot of debate over planting large canopy trees, if they actually survive or not. You know, I think a lot of people would tell you that there are other.
I would agree that arborists need to be involved, so there's correct distance between trees. I totally get that. We don't want to plant trees that are going to die in 10 years. But it seems to me that if we know we're planting 87, and you know 25 are large canopy, there is some commitment. You said 30 or 35. I mean, would you commit to planting between 35 and 75 based upon your civil engineer's recommendation, large canopy trees in addition to the 25 you're already planting?
So then, I want to make sure you and I I'm not trying to argue with you, I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding your proposal.
Believe me, I do not want to argue. I just want to work together.
Okay.
This is not an argument.
And I'm just trying to make.
I'm very sincere.
So on our site, on our landscape plan, thank you, Matt, we have 87 trees right now.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you proposing an additional
No.
25?
I'm proposing that he is asking for 75
Yes,
large canopy trees.
yes. That's in
can-
addition to the 25 they are going to.
Correct. So if we convert some
So
of the
he
80
wants 100, so we're all speaking.
I'll say, if we can, there's 87 going on the lot. If we can convert some of those, 87 minus 25 is 52? Is that right? No.
That's right.
You right? If we can, no.
62.
62. If we can convert some of those 62 to large canopy trees, that is working towards the goal. Is that correct, Mr. Lane? Yeah, at this point, we're working towards it. Right. Yes, sir. And yes, ma'am. You said 30, 35.
So you want me to take of the 62 and see if I can turn those 62 that aren't large canopy and trying to get you 30 or 35 more?
At least.
Okay. And if my people tell me, Leah, why did you agree to that? I'm asking you, can I make a donation to your neighborhood's place, to your neighborhoods where they're going to plant trees in a good place that are going to survive?
So I'll be honest with you, that's that. I know nothing about neighborhoods, and I'm sorry, I'm not expert on that. I'm not even informed on
But
that.
there's already 87 trees, so I'm confused.
So
about-
we're converting the trees from
Ornamental trees.
ornamental trees to canopy trees. Of the 87, 25 are canopy. I'm trying to help convert as many of those 62 additional trees to canopy trees. Mr. Lane, that's correct, canopy trees?
From the recommended tree list also.
Everything that's on there now is on the tree.
Yeah, I'm just using the term canopy as he used it.
Well, there is a specific list in the tree list.
Yes.
that you have to use. That's called large canopy.
Right, we have a list, we all know what that says.
Okay.
Sure, so you'll commit to 35?
And if I can't, can I give you all a $10,000 donation so that some trees will go in your community that have a good chance of surviving and thriving in a place that you all identify?
I have no idea how to write that up.
I mean,
I
it seems reasonable to me.
I guess I'm also sitting here looking at that drawing and thinking, how is there no way to put more trees in?
And I just don't want to disappoint you, sir. I don't want you
Yes, ma'am.
to say that
I
she
appreciate that.
promised me at 10:30 at night that she could get 30 trees on there. And when somebody who knows something about trees come to me and says, Leah, there's no way you can do that, I'm going to say, well, this is your $10,000 check, and I'm sorry I tried.
You can plant trees in any grass area, and you're going to have half of the whole project is going to be grass. And so surely you have some additional room for trees. What are you going to do with all that? I know you're going to mow all that grass, and there's no reason. And I will say too, both of our certified arborists on the tree board have proposed this 75 number.
I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure what $10,000 buys, so I appreciate the amount. Yeah, I don't know what that buys, so as far as purchasing trees. But also, I can appreciate that, I mean, I know I'm not an arborist, I'm not a civil engineer, but I'm looking at that, there's a whole lot of space with no trees on it. So there ought to be some number of trees that clearly could be put on that property, going towards more canopy trees, which is what the tree board has requested. I'm sure that they did 75, somebody looked at us and said, we can put 75 on there, you know.
So you're proposing that I figure out a way to get, of the existing 62 trees that are not large canopy, to try and get you 30 more large canopy trees?
That's what I'm proposing,
Okay, I'll do my best.
okay? Mr. Lang, I know that's not exactly what you wanted to hear, but I'm just trying to get more canopy trees on the lot. So, you know, we're all a little not happy.
I mean, I still like the idea of if she can't do it, there's the fee in lieu to Neighborwoods. That seems silly not to take her up on that.
Well, she just said she's going to do it.
I said, I mean, I mean,
she's going to make best reasonable efforts, is what I think I'm hearing.
Best efforts is
Yes.
what I would, best efforts.
How would we word that?
I guess for me, I just see the payment as an easy out, and I'm not saying that to you in bad faith. Okay. I'm just saying if it's too much work to do it, we'll cut a check and we're done with this.
It's y'all's call, whatever makes y'all feel.
Believe me, we've had a lot of that tonight, yes.
I'll try, like I said, if it makes you happy.
My feeling, Lindsay, is...
Can you put that she'll put 30 trees or a $10,000 donation? Is that hard to write up?
No, it's not hard to write up.
Oh, you don't like it. I get it. You don't like
I'm just
it
saying
because
that
you think that my easy out's the 10 grand.
I'm just saying that you cut a check and we're done here. I'm sorry that I'm sorry your civil engineer is not here, but I mean, they seem to think, and these are the people.
We'll do 30 trees. I'll figure out a way to get you 30 trees, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Or a motion?
I guess I bit this one off, didn't I? Unless anybody else is dying to do this. That's what I thought. Okay, so I have a question to you, Angie. Does the 30 tree part go under number 2?
It would.
So I would just add that in under number 2.
Yes, to convert 30 of the required trees from ornamental to canopy on the species list, on the...
Approved planning list.
I'd say 30, well, there's already 25, 30 more.
Yeah, 30
We'll have fun with that when we get there.
Right.
All right. Also, there's some math that's wrong on the back. So my question is, with regard to that, can I just say they're going to provide affordable rental units, they're going to provide market rental units, and keep going? Because some of the math is not right based upon the change. Instead of having to recalculate.
25%.
I would change the 45
to 33.
Well, I'm just going to say 25% for 15 years and stop and forget all the other stuff. And for the next one,
Well, you need the incomes at 80% AMI or less.
okay, got it. But with regard to the next one, is that number right, 87?
No, because if there are 132 units, then you're going to have 99 units.
Okay.
Right, and this is the reasonableness statement, not the condition, so I'm assuming it's correct on the site plan, is that right?
Just references a percentage.
And that's good.
Conversion.
That's good then.
Numbers somehow stayed in there incorrectly.
Okay.
33 and 99.
Okay, so this is part of the
I'm
reason.
going to use 25% and then I'll use 99.
You could even leave
Or
out
75%. There we go, I like that even
You could
better.
even leave out the numbers in, because it's just a reasonable statement. Just say would provide affordable rental units for 15 years and would provide
80%
market
AMI.
rate unit, right.
Okay. Vámonos. Here we go. I move city, sorry, does anybody else want to say anything?
No.
Okay. I move city council adopt an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city of Hendersonville, changing the zoning designation of the subject property, pins 95, 69, 95, 77, 58, 95, 69, 95, 59, 41, and 95, 69, 96, 40, 13. You know, when you say the word 9, you really hear your southern accent coming out. From PRD, CZD, Planned Residential Development Conditional Zoning District, to PRD, CZD, Planned Residential Development Conditional Zoning District, based on the site plan submitted by the applicant dated May 17, 2022, and the conditions listed therein and presented at this meeting, and the subject to the following. Number 1, there's nothing listed. The development shall be consistent with the site plan, including the list of permitted uses and applicable conditions as presented on the site plan, and we stop, okay? Number 2, permitted uses and applicable conditions presented on the site plan shall be amended to include, of the 87 trees that are going to be planted, 25 are already going to be large canopy. The developer agrees to plant 30 more large canopy trees in that 87. Let's go. You gotta be kidding me. The developer has already agreed at 25, the developer has agreed to plant 55 large canopy trees. Yeah. There we go. 55 large canopy on the big list of somewhere.
Recommended.
Recommended list.
Recommended list. Number 3, the petition is,
Oh, wait, you gotta do the TIA thing.
Number 2, there is one in it.
sorry. Oh, I need to read that.
Yes, sir.
The condition to require a revised TIA shall be removed from the list of conditions on the approved site plan. Okay. Number 3, the petition is found to be consistent with the City of Hendersonville's 2030 Comprehensive Plan based on information from the staff analysis, and because the high-intensity neighborhood designation calls for multifamily residential, planned residential developments, and open space as a primary recommended land uses. The proposed project satisfies the majority of design guidelines under LU 7.4. We find this petition to be reasonable and in the public interest based on the information from the staff analysis and the public comments, and because, 1, the development will provide 25% of its units to be affordable for 15 years for those whose household incomes are at 80% AMI or less. Okay. The development will provide 75% market rate rental units. These rental units would help reduce the rental housing gap estimated to be between 1,364 and 1,722 units needed within Henderson County to satisfy demands according to the 2021 Housing Needs Assessment Bowen study. The applicant is dedicating plus or minus 0.59 acres of right-of-way at the intersection of Signal Hill and Duncan Hill Road to facilitate future NCDOT road improvements. The area in proximity to the subject property includes similar and comparable development, including multifamily residential within 0.25 miles of the project. And number 5, this development would serve as a transition between the US 24 commercial corridor and the lower density residential northeast of Signal Hill Road and Berkeley Road.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of this conditional zoning district say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ayes have it, the motion carries. Thank you for working with us on that.
It's not perfect.
Better? Thank you.
Hi, Jamie. Hello.
All right, next we have another public hearing, landscape contract for Main Street and 7th Avenue Municipal Service Districts.
All right, good evening or good night, Madam Mayor and Council. I do have a presentation, but I'm just going to talk briefly, and if there's anything that you'd like to see from the presentation, we can pull that up. The reason that I'm here today is back in 2016, the North Carolina General Assembly changed the statutes for municipal service districts and contracts to where every contract paid by a municipal service district has several requirements, one of those being a public hearing. And those requirements also include feedback or soliciting input from stakeholders, including residents and property owners within the district, which we do with our Downtown Advisory Board, to hold a public hearing, and for future changes in the scope of the contract, they will have to come back before City Council. Contracts do also have to report back on their work annually, and they can do that through the Downtown Advisory Board. So this first public hearing, this will apply to both of these public hearings. The first one is about our landscaping and hanging basket RFP. We advertised the proposal. Before we advertised the proposal, we had a meeting with the Downtown Advisory Board with a special notice just to review any of the needs or updates that might be needed for the landscaping and hanging baskets. Everybody likes what we have, so that worked out pretty well. We published the RFP. We had one submission. We reposted it and did not have any more submissions. Our submission was from Bruce Lowe, who has been our landscaping contractor since 1996, and also hanging baskets contract. The contract is $126,650 per year, and that is for both the Main Street and 7th Avenue district. It gets split about 75-25, with the caveat that in the future, when the 7th Avenue streetscape is done, that will probably have some updates that will come back to council. And that was an increase of about 9% from previous years because of supplies and material expenses. We do have that amount budgeted for this next year, and it is a 3-year contract. So if there are no changes to it, then we'll be able to continue that contract for 3 years. And that is the information that I have for this public hearing. If there's anything else, I am here to answer any questions. And that's what I've got. Keeping it short for you.
Any questions? Okay. Madam Clerk, has this public hearing been advertised in accordance with general statutes?
Yes, Mayor.
We'll open this public hearing. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding the landscape contract? Anyone who would like to speak? Is there anyone online seeking?
Madam Mayor, there are no hands raised online.
Okay, and we received no early comment. So I will close that public hearing. Council?
Madam Mayor, I move the City Council adopt the resolution to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Bruce Lowe for landscaping in the Main Street and 7th Avenue municipal districts.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of the landscape contract, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Ayes have it. Motion carries. It's taken care of. And then we have the 7th Avenue Services District.
All right, and so this is also a public hearing for a contract through the Municipal Service District. I presented to you all a couple months ago regarding our process for selecting the consultants for the 7th Avenue visioning. After that meeting, there was a recommendation to have a resident from Green Meadows community to participate in that, and so we added to our committee for interviewing, and we added Myrtle O'Neill. Our team interviewed 3 consultants, and all of the committee who selected the consultants scored the folks after the interview, and they unanimously selected Arnett Muldrow. Arnett Muldrow is who did the H logo that we all know and love in Hendersonville, and their proposal and their presentation for their proposal just really impressed all of us with their emphasis on community input and their process to get to that point for the 7th Avenue branding. They understand the community. They're just down in Greenville, South Carolina, and their proposal came in at the lowest price too, so it's a win-win for everything. I do have Trip Muldrow here, and he's sat through our public hearings of tonight. He's got some slides if anyone would like to see the results of his work, but we have seen it with our great H that we've got, and I'll see if he would like to make any brief comments on.
Whip through those slides, see how fast you can do it.
I've gone faster, but good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. It's an honor to be here. Honor to be back in Simpson. See, it's late in Hendersonville. Last month, we celebrated our 20th anniversary. We worked here in Hendersonville at our 4th anniversary and did your brand in 2007, and you're still using it today. It's really great to see it. We're honored to have the opportunity to work with your municipal services district, and look forward to working in the 7th Avenue community and with the adjacent neighborhood. So I would go through the slides tonight, but I know that you've had a very long evening, and I believe they're in your packet, aren't they?
I don't believe the slides are, but.
So we'll get them to them.
Yeah, I would say you can get those in your packet and just see, but we really do look forward to being back here in Hendersonville. It's a wonderful community. We cherish it very much because it's part of our legacy as a company, and we appreciate the opportunity. And happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Thank you for being here.
Yes, and thank you for your service. I'm a former vice chair of the Planning Commission of the City of Greenville, so I understand what these meetings can be like. So, thank you.
Anyone have any questions? If not, Madam Clerk, has this public hearing been advertised in accordance with general statutes?
Yes, Mayor.
And we will open this public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on the agreement for branding and envisioning services? Is there anyone online?
Mayor, there are no hands raised online.
Okay, and we received no early comments, so we'll go ahead and close that public hearing. Council?
Madam Mayor, I move the City Council adopt the resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Arnett Muldrow and Associates Limited for branding and visioning services for the 7th Avenue Municipal Service District.
Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of the resolution regarding branding and visioning services, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I'll take it.
Look forward to working with you.
Can you just say it's 25% we vote on it?
That's exactly
That's exactly what I was going to say. Good night, council members. It's 10:40. I'm sure you want to hear about fund balance policy, but we're following the LGC's recommendations and switching the water sewer fund balance policy to match the revenue bond covenants.
This is not a hearing, right?
Nope.
No.
Madam Mayor, I move that City Council adopt the revised fund balance policy as presented.
Wing, bang, boom.
Is there any discussion? No? Those in favor of the new policies, the revised policy, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
I said aye. No, I didn't say anything. Aye.
Oh, all right, the ayes have it, and it has been adopted. Edwards Park Design Build Selection.
Mayor, Vault, members of City Council, we have received proposals from Harris Miniature Golf Courses Incorporated to design and construct the design build services for Edwards Park project. We ask you to authorize the city manager into a contract with Harris Miniature Golf Course Incorporated to provide the design build services for the project.
Any questions?
Madam Mayor, I move that City Council adopt the resolution to authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with Harris Miniature Golf Courses, Inc. to provide design build services for the Edwards Park project.
Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of the resolution regarding the miniature golf course, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and that motion carries also. All right, anyone have any comments? City manager report.
No, ma'am, other than if it's okay with everybody in the room, I would recommend deferring the board and commission appointments to your July meeting. Would be my recommendation. I think it'll be a little bit smaller agenda.
Okay?
Second it.
There's
Is
how
that
many?
okay? Because don't some people go off?
You said there's 7 next time?
But I talked to Lou, and they're not as, they're standard rezonings, they're not as complicated as what we've had tonight. I'm just,
Is it going to mess up the boards?
So
Just
they
stay-
continue to serve until they're
until they're
reappointed, till they're,
New person comes?
that's exactly right.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yep, yeah.
Great. So everybody gets an extra month if they're not reappointed?
Exactly.
Hooray.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, amen.
all right.
Need a motion to do that?
No.
Okay, just like.
There's no objection.
Yeah, we just did it.
Take care of it next month. Anything further? We're adjourned.